The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the violent virtuoso.
It's one of those evenings where sooner or later you know you're going to end up on the fire escape. It's been hot all day, and it was still hot. And the weatherman had just informed the city by radio that there'd be more of the same tomorrow. Unfortunately, when a weatherman forecasts heat, he's always right. So I was reclining, trying to divert myself with a 5-star final, when Mark Donovan came in with a proposition.
Hey, look, what do you say we go out and do the town?
Oh, go away. You've just had a shower and it's gone to your head.
No. I mean, look, let's go out and get ourselves a couple of warm-hearted females.
Mark, I regret having to break it to you, but at this moment, anything that can be described as warm seems utterly distasteful to me.
Don't forget all about the weather.
Yeah, look, you go. I have 1 or 2 phone calls I'm waiting for. Answer the door, will you?
This ain't the kind of night to stand in.
He kept it up all the way to the door, and I felt the argument would be resumed as soon as he came back. But I was wrong. He reappeared wearing a grin that was almost a leer.
Now I see why you wanted to stay home. I also see why you wanted to get rid of me.
What are you talking about?
It's the dame, the one you're expecting. Brother, if anything is cool in this town tonight, it is her. But she ain't going to help your temperature.
You trying to tell me there's a woman out there?
There is, brother. And she'll make you take a long drag on that cigarette you smoke.
He was right. And I did. She was tall and slim, blonde. Her eyes and mouth had a gold chase-yourself look that suggested money, and lots of it.
I'm City Gold.
Oh?
Mr. Latham of Intercontinental Underwriters said that he'd call you about it.
Yes, he called. Mentioned something about a stolen ring. He said he wouldn't be contacting me until tomorrow.
I got Latham. Why?
You know, I don't mind at all.
Could I have a cigarette? I finished the last of mine coming over here.
What would you like?
Well, I'll take the time you're smoking. And I'll take a drink, too, if you have the ingredients.
We have the ingredients. Now, Mark, 10 bar, will you? What's your preferences?
Haven't surprised me.
You hear that, Mark?
Yeah, I did. 3 surprises coming up.
Latham didn't say much about the ring. Did you lose it?
It was stolen from me.
Valuable, wasn't it?
Well, I paid $7,500 for it. But I don't want to collect the insurance. I want the ring back.
How about the police?
I'd rather not have the police in on it yet. You see, it was stolen from me by a friend.
That makes a lovely picture.
Will you take the case? Chalmers Latham said you would.
I guess so, Duchess. Who's the friend?
Did you ever hear of an actress by the name of Carol Corson?
Yes, I've heard of her. Better than that, I know her. You're not trying to say that Carol Corson.
I'm not trying to say it right. I am saying it.
On second thought, I don't think I'd do you any good on this case, Duchess.
You've already taken the case, Ray. I wouldn't like it if you turned me down now.
Here you are. 2 tall ones guaranteed to cool your temperatures down to 0. In fact, they might even embalm you.
Come on. Ray,
Yes, Duchess.
you will take the case, won't you?
Yes, I'll take it. Before we get through, you might not like me. Carol Corson could be seen at the Majestic, where she was doing a well-received skit in a popular review. She was an old friend, and for good reason. Carol and I had once gone around for several weeks thinking of little else but each other. At the Majestic, I found her in her dressing room.
Ray, darling. Talk about ghosts out of the past.
Still the same color hair, still the same figure. You wearing well, baby?
You big stiff. You know, I never quite got over you.
Well, I've heard different. How about Ernie Jetto? Now I understand his Lawrence Landry.
Well, you can't blame me for Landry, Ray. He might even make me forget you. Oh, when he plays that violin.
I'm not blaming you, baby. But Ernie Jetto could be bad news to an affair.
Now, don't say it, Ray. Just the thought scares me silly. Oh, look, lover, I've got to go on.
All right, but I must talk to you, and soon. You're being accused of thievery.
Being what?
You know Sybil Thorne?
Oh, sure, I went to a brawl at her place last night.
Well, Sybil has lost a ring worth $7,500. You've been tabbed as number one suspect.
What?
The ring was insured with Intercontinental, so I'm on the case.
And I... Oh, but Ray, this is silly.
I'm sure it is, baby.
Oh, listen, lover, I do have to skip. I'll get in touch with you, huh? Where are you staying?
At Carlisle.
All right, I'll see. I've got to zoom.
Could have waited for her, but it was late, and I felt tired. I got as far as the stage door when...
Hold it, pal. I want to have a talk with you.
Ernie Jetto. I've heard him use that same tone against the district attorney while on trial for murder. Ernie Jetto, unconvicted killer. The second man stirred nearby, and I recognized Duke Temple, another chunk of dry ice.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right.
Me? I'm Ernie Jetto.
I know. I remember your sidekick, too. How are you, Duke?
I'm all right.
What were you doing inside, Race?
You talking to a friend of yours?
Carol Corson?
Yeah, we had some business to discuss.
Yeah, now I'd like you to hear my story. You know how I feel about Carol, don't you, Race?
Not I've heard rumors.
I've been hearing rumors, too. About some guy trying to cut me out. You had a yen for Carol a few years ago, didn't you, Race?
That I can't deny, gentlemen.
Now I find you hanging around here. Could add up, couldn't it?
But it doesn't.
How do I know?
Just have to take my word for it.
I don't take nobody's word for nothing.
All right. And where do we go from there?
First, I'm going to tell you something. Stay away from Carol Corson. And just so you don't get absent-minded, Duke is going to tie a little string around your finger.
If Duke has any idea about using those brass knuckles, he better change his mind, General.
Bothers you, does it? Go ahead.
I wouldn't try it, Duke.
Me, I'm waiting for Ernie. Here, fight on this.
Sorry, Duke. I never cared for brass knucks. Don't make any more plays, Jetto. This Luger can spit lead faster than Duke lost his teeth.
What?
Better not, Duke.
Tough guy, ain't you? Packing a ride. Makes you feel good, don't it, packing a ride? Let him ride, Duke. We can catch up with him. Later.
For the next couple of days, the case showed about as much activity as a Philadelphia weekend. I heard nothing from either of the two women involved. Then on the morning of the third day, I got a call from Sybil Thorne.
How would you like to take me to a concert tonight?
Well, you sound gay. Did you get your ring back?
I did not.
I thought you might be dropping the affair.
I am not. And I want you to keep on with it. Have you done anything?
I stirred up a case of physical violence in myself, but nothing else. I'm going to be of any value to you, Duchess. I'll need to know more about this business.
So, we should get together. How about the concert idea? You like violinists?
Well, like anything's good.
Oh, Lawrence Landry's great. New and brilliant and...
Landry? Is it his concert?
Yes. You might pick me up about it.
That evening, just as I was ready to leave, Mark Donovan came in, so I commandeered his services as driver.
Look, is this the dame that was here the other night?
The same. Where's your cab?
Halfway down the block. So you're going to a concert, huh? Yeah. I don't know if any woman is worth that, miss.
Look, I like classical music.
Yeah. I guess even a guy like you has to have a flaw in his character somewhere.
Thanks. Hold it, Grace. What is it?
Down! Grace.
Hey, you can get up. He's gone.
Oh, I thought he got you. I didn't want to look.
There's nothing wrong with me. The good brushing off won't cure. What was that boy? Did you get a good look at him?
Yeah. Right between them two Buicks that were short, chunky, dark complexion.
Duke Temple. tough trader.
Trader?
He seems to want my life because I relieved him of some front teeth. Come on, Mark, let's head for Sybil Thorne before we have to start explaining to the police. Lawrence Landry put on a good show. A young American, he had the looks to catch himself a feminine audience wherever he went. But he was no great violinist. Teresa Vane, his accompanist, was a far better musician. As a solo number, she keyed out a rendition of the Appassionata that saved the evening for me. Afterward, I went backstage with Sybil Thorne and met both of them.
Oh, Larry, you were marvelous. I enjoyed it ever so much.
I'm glad, Sybil. I thought the audience was a little lukewarm.
Oh, no, darling. They were mad about you. Weren't they, Ray?
There's a question about uttering a falsehood and making myself disliked, so I avoided the issue by turning to Teresa Vane in my opinion of her work.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Ray.
Oh, I more than enjoyed it. That job on the Appassionata enthralled me.
It's wonderful of you to say so.
I thought it was great all the way.
Mr. Ray, you've made me very happy.
But I hadn't made Sybil Thorne happy. Later in the cab, I heard about it.
I don't understand you, Ray. Why did you have to go so completely overboard for that girl's playing? You didn't say a word about Larry.
If I praised Landry's work, I'd have been a hypocrite. He's far from being a first-line violinist.
You're insane. Why, he's marvelous.
Have a cigarette, Duchess. Listen while I tell you something. You're infatuated with Landry. It makes you blind and deaf. It makes you hate Carol Corson, too.
You are insane.
I was able to put the picture all together from that. Landry goes for Carol, so you detest the girl. Which casts quite a doubt on your loss of that ring.
Are you accusing me of lying?
I'm accusing you of more horrible melody. Jealousy. And I've got to do you a favor. I'm going to write this case off as finished. For your sake, Duchess. For your sake. After leaving Sybil Thorne, and there was no goodnight kiss involved in our party, I found a phone booth and called Carol Corson.
Hello?
Carol, this is Frank Race.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
It's Race, Carol.
Who? Oh, Ray. We have a very bad connection, lover.
Well, then maybe I'd better stop in and talk to you. You still up?
Up, did you say? Of course, lover. I'll be up for hours yet. Where are you?
Practically around the corner. It's all right then, huh?
Oh, wait a minute, Ray.
What is it, Carol?
Someone just came into the apartment. Oh, it's you. You doing with that gun?
Who is it, Carol?
Wait. Wait, don't do that. No. No. No.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Through the few scrambled, hurried minutes that it took Mark Donovan and me to reach the door to Carol Corson's apartment, I developed a sense of guilt. I'd been too willing to write off this affair as a bit of unimportant jealousy. I'd been wrong. The exchange I'd listened to over the telephone had sounded convincingly like murder. Mark and I found the apartment door ajar. Another somber note. We went inside.
Used to go with this girl, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I used to go with her.
To the chest. Won't do no good to send for a doctor.
No. Won't do a bit of thing.
What are you going to do?
The only thing I can, Mark. Call the police. Started out hot again the next morning. I felt dull-witted and lethargic. About as usual as a barkeep at a revival. It was just after 11 o'clock when I got the phone call.
Race?
That's right.
Honey, Jed.
Hello, Joe.
I been reading about Carol. About how you found her.
Guess it was all there. I haven't seen a paper.
I told you how I felt about that kid, Race.
I know, Joe. It's tough.
Plenty tough. Too much for a guy like me to take lying down. I swear, I thought about you, Race.
I wish I could tell you something. Can't.
You have to tell me nothing. Get it all figured myself.
I'm not very bright this morning, Jeno.
I come up with you. Frank Race. Private Pry with a big reputation. The big guy that's in with the cops, the guy that can get away with murder.
Look, Jeno, I'm as sorry about Carol as you are. Maybe sorry. I had nothing to do with her death.
Carl was a good kid. Maybe a little crazy, but a good kid. We was doing all right, Carol and me. You show up again.
Jeno, you're wrong.
You got an unlisted phone, ain't you, Race? I latched on to the number, didn't I? I know where you stay, too. Carlisle. Now I want you to know something. I'm gonna get you. I'm putting my mind on that and nothing else. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. In the next couple of 3 days. But I'm gonna get you. Right.
What's the matter, Race? Somebody hang up on you?
Yeah, Mark. Somebody hung up on me.
Mr. Race.
Hello, Miss Vane. Forgive me for interrupting you, but I'm anxious to find Landry, and I haven't been able to locate him anywhere.
Not even at his hotel?
That's it. I don't even know where he's staying.
The Commodore, 2205.
Oh, thanks a lot. Readying something for the concert?
Yes, one of my solos. Beethoven's 12th, you know it, of course. We're here again next week. I hope you can hear it.
I hope I can, too.
Yes?
You may not remember me, Landry. I'm Frank Race. Met you the other night at the hall.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not if you don't mind my going on with this workout. I never miss a day.
Barbells. And postgraduate weights, too. Look at them.
I guess I do all right. I should. I haven't had it for years.
I came to see you about Carol Corson's death.
You what?
I'm an insurance investigator, and it's become rather important to me that this crime doesn't go unsolved.
Crime?
Haven't you read the papers?
Good heavens, no. I just got up.
Well, I hate to have to give it to you bluntly, but Carol Corson was murdered last night in her apartment.
Carol Corson? Murdered?
That's it, Leonard.
Race. Excuse me a few minutes while I get into some other clothes. There'll probably be a reporter coming.
It took more time than just a few minutes. So much more that I began poking around the room for diversion. There was nothing to look at in the way of reading matter except a stack of programs he'd played across the country. It proved to be a very interesting measure of his skill. He had a limited repertoire. He offered nothing very demanding in the way of technique. Teresa Vane's share of the program seemed equally light, an addiction to sweetness and gaiety.
Oh, still here, Race? Thought you might have given me up.
He was wearing a fresh carnation buttonhole of a double-breasted job that did a lot for his strong physique. He was a boy ready not only for reporters, but photographers as well.
What was it you wanted to discuss about Carol?
She was carrying a torch for him. I had the feeling it might have been mutual. I may have been wrong.
Why, I liked Carol, of course, but there was really nothing too serious between us.
How about you and Sybil Thorne?
I'm very fond of Sybil.
And do you mind telling me if you were with Carol Corson last night?
Luckily, I wasn't. Not last night.
Could you prove it?
Well, proving it might be a bit awkward.
It might be a lot more awkward if you can.
What do you mean?
We're talking about a murder. Murders have a way of getting downright nasty with reputation.
You mean I could get bad publicity out of this?
It's hard to say which way it'll twist.
But no one's been to see me yet, and it's mid-afternoon. Maybe the police won't know about it.
Won't know about your connection with Carol? Well, no.
Because you'll tell them. Is that it?
I won't go out of my way to tell them. But I may have to.
You're trying to make something out of nothing. I know a lot of women. I happen to be popular with them.
Yes, you sort of work at it, don't you?
I work at other things, too. I'll demonstrate one of them.
He took me suddenly by surprise, moved in, gripped my arm, lifted, jammed me against the wall.
There, Race. Completely helpless, aren't you? And I can step back and...
There. Do that a few more times, I could have a new opening into the adjoining room.
Wouldn't do you any good either, would it?
It makes an interesting game, all right. Do we keep it up, or have you expended enough energy?
I just want to make sure you're impressed with the fact that I didn't see Carol Corson last night. Also, that there was nothing serious between us.
So I'm not to say anything to the police?
That's right.
Well, now that I've been properly impressed, would you mind putting me down? The evening papers broke the thing wide open as far as Landry was concerned, without my saying a word. Couldn't help grinning when I saw his picture on the front page. But Ernie Jetto's likeness was there, too. And looking at that, wiped away the smile and left me with a tight little knot in my stomach. Ernie Jetto had been picked up, but I felt it wouldn't be long before he'd be free. That meant anything but pleasure for yours truly. If I wasn't working for anyone else in this case, I was working for myself. Another complication entered the picture about 9 o'clock when Sybil Thorne showed up at the apartment.
I thought we should get together and have a talk.
Sounds like a sensible idea. Come in.
You know, Larry Landry is furious with you, don't you?
You must have just seen him.
I just talked to him by phone. Larry and I have a date tonight after the concert.
You sound quite smug, Betty.
And you don't like it.
In a way, you deserve that, Turkey. But I get the feeling that in a lot of other ways you could be pretty regular.
Careful, Rafe. You're getting out of character.
Why did you come here? Make it a good one, Duchess.
You're still working for me, aren't you?
Well, maybe I'm giving you more credit than you deserve. You came to gloat. Why?
Stop.
You came to put across the effect of a very cool lady on a warm night. Well, we've clicked. I'm thoroughly affected.
And what am I supposed to do now? Go home?
No. Not yet. Not until... I took her in my arms. Those cool-looking lips had warmth, softness. That slim-looking body had... Well, I didn't let it go right away. She still kept her hands on my shoulders as I drew back to gaze at her.
Don't get any ideas, Ray. I'm still going to keep that date with Landry.
All right, Duchess. As I said before, maybe you deserve it. I spent the next couple of hours moving restlessly about the apartment. Made myself some coffee, tossed down a scotch and soda, picked up the paper, read the program of Landry's concert. It'd be over by now, and the realization of it was like being poked in the eye. The answer to the whole thing. I grabbed up a jacket, slung it on, and...
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I've just figured out this, Cape Mark. I've got to move fast to stop another murder.
Now, hold it, will you? You go on that street, you move right into your own murder. Got a reception committee out there.
The same one as before?
And another guy, mean-looking, face like a badger.
Ernie Jetto. But I've got to go out, Mark.
All right. This time I want something besides an end wrench. Yeah. There's the Jetto, pal. Across the street by the lamppost. What if that's somewhere around?
I'm going out. Cover me.
All right.
I got Jetto, right? And the other guy's running.
Come on, Mark. Get me to Sybil Thorne's before it's too late. Now you can turn on the light.
Let me go.
I'm sorry.
Let me go.
But you'd better stay. And this is the gun that killed Carol Corson, isn't it, Miss Bain? Jealousy. Horrible melody, isn't it?
You can't know. You can't know how much I love him. How much I've been hurt.
Come in, Duchess. Better bring Landry with you.
Teresa, what are you doing here?
Better close the door, Duchess. This isn't a pretty situation. Miss Vane is here, Landry, because she intended to kill Sybil Thorne, same way she killed Carol Corson.
Killed? Good heavens, Teresa. Why?
Because she's in love with you. To the point that it's made her sick.
But, Teresa, I gave you to understand.
You gave her to understand what? That she should just forget you? You know, some people can't pull that off, Landry. They get ill. They're driven to murder.
Well, what are we going to do about this, Ray?
We're going to give this girl all the breaks we can. Teresa, will you go and give yourself up?
Yes. Yes, I'll give myself up.
Now, wait a moment. I think we should hold her here for the police. After all...
I'm making this decision. It may give her a break. And she'll keep her promise. Won't you, Teresa?
I'm not going to let you do it that way, Race.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, no, you don't.
More muscles, Landry? All right, try this on your bicep. Go ahead, Teresa. You'll find a cab downstairs. The driver will know where to take you.
All right. How did you know, Ray?
Music. It's all wrapped up in that girl's emotions. Happened to leak through a pile of Landry's past programs. All of Teresa Vane's solos had been in Sweetness and Light, Handel and Debussy, that sort of stuff. But last night, before killing Carol Corson, she showed her mood with the Appassionata. Tonight, with you in mind, she featured that funeral movement from Beethoven's 12th Sonata. Just an idea. Well, I guess it paid off.
It saved my life. I'm terribly grateful, Ray.
Are you, Duchess? Maybe we should talk about that at much greater length.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Blue Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is entitled The Underworld Goes Underground. Rival construction companies submitted low bids for digging a tunnel under Eastern Valley River from York City to Paradise Island. The Dunlap Construction Company was awarded the contract. Many citizens and some of the newspapers believe young Reginald Dunlap's engagement to the daughter of Commissioner of Public Works Morrison was the main reason he got the contract for his company. Since work started on the tunnel, more than the average number of accidents have occurred in the workings. Strong pressure has been brought to bear on Commissioner Morrison by politicians and newspapers to cancel Dunlap's contract and give it to the Jenkins Company. During previous and less honest administrations, the Jenkins Company had a virtual monopoly on all city construction work. As our story opens, Patrolman Dan Garrett, who is really the Blue Beetle, is discussing the matter with his friend and confidant, Dr. Franz.
I'm convinced, Doc, that there's dirty work going on at the tunnel.
What makes you so certain?
The past record of the Dunlap Company, for one thing. Before this tunnel job, they enjoyed the reputation of having fewer casualties on their jobs than any other construction company in the country.
But this is a very difficult and hazardous job.
It is. But the Dunlap people have had other jobs just as hazardous.
Yes, that's true.
I went to college with young Dunlap, and I know he's a capable fellow. When the old man died recently, Reggie took over the business. He's done a good job with it so far.
Well, what's causing all these accidents and so many men getting the bends?
I don't know. But I'll bet some group is trying to undermine Reggie. It's a ticklish situation for the commissioner.
Yes, I can see it is. He wants to favor his prospective son-in-law, yet he can't disregard the dangerous situation that exists. Excuse me, Danny. There's someone out front in the store.
Yeah, it's only me, Doc.
Why, hello, Mike. Hello. Come on back in the laboratory. Danny's here.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Danny. I was looking for you. There's trouble over at the Mid-City Tunnel, and we've been assigned to investigate.
Okay, I'll be right with you.
Anybody hurt, Manigan?
Yeah, I think Mr. Dunlap himself was hurt.
Reggie Dunlap?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, come on, Mike. Reggie's a friend of mine. So long, Doc. See you later.
You're looking for someone, officer?
Yes, Mr. Reginald Dunlap.
My name's Stanley. I'm the night superintendent. Mr. Dunlap is in the airlock being decompressed.
Can I see him?
I'm afraid not. Not at the moment.
What happened?
Mr. Dunlap was down in the tunnel inspecting the work. Got word that his fiancée, Miss Morrison, had been thrown from a horse while riding in the city park. He immediately rushed to the surface here without spending enough time in the decompression chamber. He got a severe attack of the bends.
Well, I'd like to see him. I'm a personal friend of his.
In a half hour, perhaps. He's back in the decompression chamber.
I see. Was Miss Morrison hurt by the fall?
Broken arm, I believe. She's at City Hospital.
Well, thanks, Mr. Stanley. I'll take a run over there and drop back here in half an hour.
Hey, what's doing, Danny?
Drive me over to the city hospital, Mike. Miss Morrison's been injured. Can't see Dunlap for half an hour. He's being treated for the bends.
Oh, bends, is it? Now, that's what them tunnel workers get, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, what causes it, Danny?
Well, in order to keep the rock and mud from falling in and crushing the tunnel workers, or sand hogs as they're called, compressed air has to be forced into the tunnel until the air pressure against the sides and roof of the tunnel is as great as the pressure of the riverbed and water above the tunnel.
Yeah, I can understand that, but...
Pressure may vary from 40 to 60 pounds to the square inch.
Oh, that must be tough on those sand hogs.
It is. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is only 15 pounds to the square inch, and that's what the human body's accustomed to.
Yes, go on.
When the men go on the job, they spend a certain amount of time in a compression chamber called an airlock. While in the airlock, the air pressure is gradually increased to a point where it equals the pressure in the tunnel. The men are then able to pass directly into the tunnel.
I see. It sort of conditions them, huh?
That's right.
Well, what about when they come out?
Well, that takes longer. If the men aren't properly decompressed before they come out into normal air pressure, paralysis and even death may result.
Well, here we are at the hospital, Danny.
Good. Wait for me, Mike. I'll only be a few minutes.
Okay. But if you see any good-looking nurses, just tell them that Mike Madigan has a car of his own.
You'll find Miss Morrison in that room right there.
Thank you, nurse.
Come in. Yes? Oh, what is it, officer? Has something happened to Mr. Dunlap?
Now, don't worry, Miss Morrison. Nothing serious has happened. I happen to be an old college mate of Reggie's, and I heard you were here.
Oh.
I wanted to ask you a few questions about your accident. Will you help me?
Why, of course I will. I'll do everything I can to help Reggie.
Well, now, tell me what happened to you.
Well, I was riding along the bridle path in City Park when suddenly a man dashed out from behind some bushes, waving his hands and shouting. My horse shied and started to run away. I slipped off my saddle and fell. That's all I know until I came to, here in the hospital, with a broken arm.
Well, now tell me, do you often take that same ride, and at the same time?
Why, yes. Almost every day if the weather is clear. Why?
Oh, nothing. Well, I've got to hurry back and see Reggie, Miss Morrison. Now, don't you worry any more. Just take it easy and let that arm of yours set. I'm going to find the answer to these mysterious accidents.
Well, Danny, what are you going to do with those old clothes?
Put them on over my Blue Beetle chain armor.
Going to a party disguised as a disguise?
No, Doc. You see before you Patrolman Dan Garrett, alias the Blue Beetle, alias a sandhog in the mid-city tunnel job.
Aren't you afraid you'll be discovered?
I have to take that chance.
What did you learn today?
Oh, many things, Doc. I learned from Reggie, when I could talk with him, that he's not altogether satisfied with this new nighttime superintendent he has.
You mean Stanley?
Yes.
Stanley's an experienced man, isn't he?
Yes, and he came recommended by a friend of Miss Morrison.
What about Miss Morrison's accident?
I think that was planned with the hope that Reggie would come rushing up out of the tunnel as soon as he got the news.
And be incapacitated by an attack of the bends?
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do?
Go to work as a sandhog. Keep my ears and eyes open.
But your identity? Does Dunlap know you're doing this?
He asked me to help him solve this case. I told him it might prove embarrassing for his future father-in-law if word got around that a member of the city police force was working as a special investigator for the Dunlap Company.
So?
So I told him I was very close to the Blue Beetle, and I was sure I could persuade him to take the case.
Very ingenious.
Reggie got me a union card and a note to Stanley. I'm to start work tonight.
Anything you need, Danny? This is going to be dangerous work.
I'd like a shot of your secret 2X formula. May prove useful if I get into any trouble underground.
You shall have it. Anything else?
Not tonight. Well, so long, Doc. The Blue Beetle will crawl underground tonight instead of fly. But his nippers will be just as sharp.
You're new on this job, ain't you?
Yeah.
You one of Stanley's men?
I was hired by Mr. Dunlap.
Oh.
What difference does it make?
Plenty. The men Stanley's hired are out for no good. They're troublemakers.
What do you mean?
I've worked with some of them before. They're always brought in when somebody wants to slow up a job. They're nothing more than gangsters.
Who hired you?
Young Dunlap's old man.
What about all these accidents, blowouts, and cave-ins?
There he is now. Look out. Trouble ahead. Don't let them get you into a fight. They'll kill you.
Let them try it.
He's a spy. That new guy's a spy of the manager.
Yeah, let's get him off of this job.
Bert, too.
Yeah, let's get them both.
Hey, you. What's your name?
Slug, do you?
Oh, yeah? Well, slug to you. How do you like that?
Swell. How do you like that?
Oh, get him, Joe. Get him with that pick. Wait till I finish Bert here.
Oh, yeah? That'll be never, Mug. How do you like them potatoes?
Hey, fellas, come on. It's the boys. Come on, let's get in it. Hey, look. That guy's hat fell off. He's got a blue steel hood on his head. Why, it's the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle? Yes, the Blue Beetle. And he's going to burn you with his magic rays.
No, not in here. You'll blow us all the kingdom come to that
What
thing.
goes on here?
The boss.
Who is this man in the strange mask?
It's the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle. Who sent you here?
Blue Beetle flies wherever crime and crooks congregate.
Well, there are no crooks here.
He was snooping around with Bert there, boss.
Bert,
Yeah.
go up to the office. Get your money. Take this Blue Beetle with you.
Oh, now, listen, Mr. Stanley. I
Get
ain't
in the
done...
compression chamber there.
Okay.
You too, Blue Beetle. Don't let me see your masquerading face around here again.
I have a feeling you and I will meet again, Mr. Stanley, after the Blue Beetle finishes his investigation.
Shut the door, baby.
Gee, boss. Do you think he's wise to you?
Don't worry. When he gets out of that compression chamber, neither he nor Burke will ever be able to tell what they know or suspect. You've never had the bends, Blue Beetle, but you're going to have them now, permanently.
What will happen to the Blue Beetle in the compression chamber in the tunnel beneath the great river? Will Stanley's quick decompression of the air in the chamber kill or permanently paralyze the Blue Beetle? These questions will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle. Beetle. Sweeping down upon the underworld to smash gangland comes
the mysterious, all-powerful character who is a problem to the police, but a crusader for law. In reality, Dan Garrett, a rookie patrolman, loved by everyone, but suspected by none of being the Blue Beetle. As the Blue Beetle, he hides behind a strange mask and a suit of impenetrable blue chain armor, flexible as silk, but stronger than steel.
Today's episode of the Fox feature, The Blue Beetle, is the second part of the story entitled The Underworld Goes Underground. Reginald Dunlap, head of the Dunlap Construction Company, has asked his friend, Dan Garrett, to make a private investigation of the many mysterious accidents that have occurred during tunnel operations under the Eastern Valley River. Due to certain political angles involved, Dan tells Dunlap he'll get the Blue Beetle to do the job. As the Blue Beetle, Dan Garrett, disguised as a tunnel worker, makes an investigation, but is discovered, and after a fight, is ordered into the airlock by the superintendent of the job to be decompressed before ascending to the surface. With the Blue Beetle in the airlock is a man named Burke, a faithful employee whom Stanley, the superintendent, dislikes and has just discharged. As the first episode ended, Stanley and some of his hirelings are decompressing the air in the chamber more quickly than is safe, in the hope that the Blue Beetle and Burke will be killed as a result. As our story opens, we are in the airlock with Burke and the Blue Beetle.
What are we going to do, Blue Beetle? We're chapped and the air pressure is going down so fast I can feel the cramps coming on in my legs.
Now, grit your teeth, old man, and bear it as well as you can. Just as soon as I can locate the valves in this darkness, I'll stop the decompression. There must be some control inside as well as outside this chamber.
Why, I think there is. Over there to your right.
I've found them. Lucky I had my flashlight with me.
It's getting cold in here.
That's caused by the expanding air. It draws heat from surrounding objects.
Well, I hope you can get us out of here quickly.
That's just what I don't want to do. Now, there. I'm shutting off the valves here.
Oh, what about Stanley and the gang outside at the tunnel end of the airlock?
They can't get in here now. The door opens outward, and the pressure from their side is too great. We'll just take it easy for a while and let our bodies adjust themselves to the reduced pressure. Then I'll let a little more air out until the pressure inside is the same as that in the elevator shaft at the other side of the chamber.
But the cold. I'm freezing.
Here, put on this sweater of mine.
Yeah, but what about you?
I don't need it. I can stand the cold. I've conditioned myself to it.
Well, thanks, then. Boy, this is going to feel grand.
How's the bends?
Better. Guess it must have been my imagination.
I'll let a little more air out. That's more like it. That'll give us about 15 more minutes in here. Then it'll be safe to get out of here.
Boy, will I be glad.
Hey, Burke, how many of the men do you think are loyal to Mr. Dunlap?
Most of them. It's only the muckers that are new on this job. Them and Superintendent Stanley.
The muckers are the men who shovel or haul away the muck that's drilled away from in front of the shield?
Yeah, that's right. We sandhogs, that is, the drillers, gave them that name.
Certainly fits that bunch of cutthroats who attacked us.
Yeah, they're a pretty slimy bunch.
Did you ever work under Stanley before?
No, never.
Know anything about him?
Only that he's the son of Assemblyman Stanley from the 3rd Election District. His last job, I believe, was as foreman of a job on the West Coast.
How'd you like to do young Dunlap a favor?
Oh, sure. He's always treated me all right, as his father before him. What do you want me to do?
Keep your mouth shut about this whole thing.
Well, what about my job?
Let them fire you. Mr. Dunlap will take care of you until this matter's all cleared up. Then you'll get a real job, if I have anything to do with it.
Okay. I don't know nothing.
Oh, that's on the shaft side. I'm going to open up.
Hello, open up.
Give me my sweater back. I want to put on my disguise again.
Okay. Here it is. And thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Open up in there. Are you all right?
Yeah, just a minute.
Oh. Well, what happened? Phoned down to the tunnel, but we didn't get any answer.
Oh, nothing's wrong. There was a fight, and me and Bert got fired.
Yeah, Stanley fired us. We want our pay.
I didn't get at the office. I'm going to find out what's wrong in the tunnel.
Nothing's wrong, except there's a few of the wrong kind of rats in it. Come on, Burke. We need some fresh air.
the blueprint of the entire project. And here is a detailed print of the air system in the tunnel. Sprague, our engineer in charge of the pumps, will know what to do when I give him the go-ahead. Now, your job, Fluky, is to see that the steel emergency curtain is jammed, so it won't fall when the explosion blows a hole through the roof and lets the river flood the tunnel.
Sure, I got you.
We want to make this accident a good one.
You can count on me, boss.
But make sure you get into the airlock as quickly as possible. I don't want to lose any of our men.
Well, how are you going to work it? Some of us are working up at the shield. I'll be right there where the water will break through first.
Well, I'll see that they get a signal in advance. They'll suddenly decide to strike. They don't like the conditions under which they're working. Now, all of you men, those that I've hired, start back toward the airlock to the decompression chamber before coming up out of the tunnel. When most of you are near the airlock, I'll give the signal, and Mr. Reginald Dunlap's construction company can wind up its affairs.
Hey, what's that noise?
The Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle, eh?
Yes, and he's going to nip. You're unwise to get in my way again, Blue Beetle. I failed last time, but this time I'm going to make sure.
Missed me, but I won't miss you, Stanley. That for Dunlap, and that for Burke.
Hey, don't let this guy get through here. Hit him with something, Fluky. Bullets ain't no good against the Blue Beetle. Here's a chair out.
Sit in it. And that takes care of you. I'll just take these plans and be on my way. I don't think there'll be any more accidents, Mr. Stanley.
Boy, what a wallopy packs.
Hey, Stanley. What about it? He's got our plans. The Blue Beetle exposes.
Let him try it. He's an outlaw, wanted by the police. He doesn't dare appear in any court to testify. Besides, those blueprints are meaningless after the danger's done.
Now, what are you going to do?
Phone Scraggs and tell him to pull the job at once.
Hello? The little apothecary shop. Hey, Doc. Phone the police and have Assemblyman Stanley's home surrounded and he and his son arrested immediately. Tell them to have Central record any conversations from either house.
Okay, Danny. Where are you?
On my way to the Mid-City Tunnel to try to stop a sabotage job.
Anything else?
Yes. Phone all hospitals to have ambulances and pulmotors sent over right away. Got that?
Yes.
Okay. The Blue Beetle has to work fast. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye, Danny.
What's the matter? There's been an accident below. Explosion. Blowed a hole through the riverbed.
Anybody hurt?
Well, I don't know yet. Blue Beetle's down there.
Blue Beetle? What's he doing?
Rescuing sandhogs, I heard.
Well, he can do it if anybody can. I read a while back where he saved 15 lives.
Oh, let me in. Let me in. The water's coming.
I was here first. I've got a wife and kid.
Take it easy, one at a time. Now, back up there. Let him through, or I'll flip you.
The water, it's around my feet.
One at a time through that door. There's room for all in the airlock.
Oh, the river's breaking through. The emergency door gave way. Here comes the water.
In you come. That's the last man, isn't it? Good. Now, help me with this door.
Come on, let's get over here.
That's got it. Well, we're safe now.
Saved. Every man saved by the Blue Beetle.
Well, Danny, how do you feel after your strenuous battle today?
I feel fine. That 2X formula certainly puts the vitality in this old carcass of mine.
You did a brave and noble thing tonight, Danny, saving all those men.
Well, that was the Blue Beetle's work, Doc.
Yes, but the Blue Beetle is Dan Garrett, and Dan Garrett is
vice versa. And you know who's a happy man tonight?
Reggie Dunlap, I suppose, now that his enemies have been exposed.
Yes, I guess he's happy. But I don't mean him. I mean Burke.
Burke?
Yes, Burke. The man who got fired when Stanley discovered my Blue Beetle disguise in the tunnel.
Well, what about Burke?
Well, Burke took over the operation of the pumps. And as a reward for his work, Reggie has given him that job permanently.
Ah, that's splendid. Well, what are you going to do now?
Well, Doc, with the compliments of the management of Dr. Fran's little apothecary shop, I'm going to make myself a great big strawberry ice cream soda.
Oh, fine, Danny. That's a great idea. And you know, I think I'll have one with you. Come out in front of the store. We'll sit up at the counter and be our own best customers.
And so the Blue Beetle performed another noble deed and brought some dishonest crooks to justice. The moral of this story is that loyalty, such as that of Burke, the sandhog, brings its just rewards. What further adventures await the Blue Beetle in his one-man crusade against crime? This question will be answered in the next episode of The Blue Beetle. The Blue Beetle is a copyrighted Fox feature appearing in Mystery Men Comics magazine and the Blue Beetle magazine. The Blue Beetle is on the air twice a week on this same station. Consult the broadcast schedule in your local newspapers. And don't forget to listen in to The Blue Beetle.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
African drums are talking. Over weary wastes of veldt and jungle, the drums bring you a story of Africa. Africa, that land of mystery and strange ritual, ebony bodies, witch doctors, and sudden death. The land of jungle and impenetrable swamp, where the primeval sweat of Mother Earth rises in miasmic clouds of fever-ridden vapor to hang suspended in the foliage of the ageless guardians of the jungle. Listen. This is the story of a little band of explorers led by Professor Anton Edwards, a giant of a man, the keynote of whose life is scientific discovery. 200 miles from the banks of the Upper Congo River in the jungles of French Equatorial Africa, Professor Edwards has made his camp awaiting the coming of his before traveling farther into the hinterlands. With him is his daughter Lorna, just graduated from an American university, and Nguru, a huge native Maasai of royal blood. It is night in the African jungle.
Good heavens, Father. That horrible thing is going to drive me mad. Can't we do something to stop it?
Hush, Lorna. You mustn't let that sort of thing get on your nerves. We're in Africa, my dear, not New York. We must adjust ourselves accordingly.
Yes, I know all that, but the thing's absurd. Whoever heard of a severed head talking and setting up a cackle like that? If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't even countenance the thought. It's against all the laws of nature we've been taught to revere.
As I said before, my dear, this is Africa. Anything can happen. The only way to keep one's sanity is to accept Africa, and Africa will accept you.
Yes, I suppose so.
I must admit that when the witch doctor brought this preserved head out and it started cackling and mumbling, I was shocked. Then I thought it was a type of ventriloquism.
But the head's been brought more than 100 miles away from the man who gave it to you, and it still keeps up its absurd chatter.
Yes. So I've accepted it as part of this continent and ceased to wonder. Yes, what is it, Ngoro?
Bwana, white man we watch, he come.
Is it Jack?
Yes, my dear.
Oh.
Jack is one whole day ahead of regular traveling time.
Good.
He must have heard some river stories and hurried.
Confound those carriers. Hey, Baragi, backtrail one time and fetch them quick.
Jack!
Lorna, gee, but it's good to see you.
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
Oh, you're a day ahead of yourself, aren't you?
Yes, I moved as fast as I could, Professor. But how did you know I was ahead of schedule? I didn't contemplate joining you for another week until I heard some...
Until you heard some talk down the river, huh? And at the fork of the Mubangi, you left the boat, gathered a few natives together, and made a safari as fast as you could to get the truth of the matter.
Well, bush telegraph, eh?
Precisely.
Oh, this place is as bad as Hickville. You can't turn around without the news being broadcast to every native in the country.
It has its uses, my boy. Those drums are the newspapers of Africa. Well, I suppose you're tired. Come on in the tent and have something. Oh, Lorna, will you get that bottle out of the special case?
Yes, Father.
This night air isn't any too good for a tired body. Did you have any trouble on the way in?
No, sir, nothing to worry about. The natives were extraordinarily helpful. In fact, just a little too much so. Each village insisted on sending a guide with me up to the next headman's territory. And there was another one waiting to take over from him on the trail. I meant to ask you about that. Has someone been giving them a course in courtesy or something? I've never encountered that sort of helpfulness before.
No, I've had the same treatment, Jack. And it's not natural. But I think I know what's behind it. I'll tell you about it later. Anyhow, I'm glad you're here, but I wish to heaven I hadn't brought Lorna.
Why do you say that, sir? Have you had any trouble?
No. No, that's just it. If I had experienced the ordinary inconveniences of bush travel, I'd be unconcerned. But it's just as if we were expected, with someone at the end of the trail waiting to welcome us with open arms. I tell you frankly, I'm worried. Oh, here's Lorna. I've not bothered her with it.
Oh, my, but it's good to see you sitting there, Jack. I swear if you'd waited another week, you'd have found me a nervous wreck.
Why? Don't you like this country?
I don't know if I do or not. There are so many inexplicable things happening around here. Things that your common sense tells you are impossible. But your eyes and ears tell you differently.
Well, that's Africa, my dear. But what sort of things do you mean?
Well, for instance,
Oh, good Lord, what's that? What is it? Lorna, stop trembling like that and tell me tell me what that means. Good heavens, child, get hold of yourself. Professor, can't you...
Oh, Jack, don't shake me like that. I'm all right now. Only it's just as if the thing knew I was going to talk about it.
What thing? What do you... Oh, then it is true. Those river stories weren't lying. Good Lord, Professor, you found it. You found the talking head.
Yes, Jack, I found it. I knew you'd hear of it before you reached here.
The river boys were talking about it, but then they've done that for years. Then my native carrier started chanting about the white man who had the talking head. I didn't realize it was you, sir.
Sometimes I wish to heaven I hadn't found it. It's so horribly impossible. Yet, there the evidence sits in the other tent and...
It's ghastly, Jack. A head. A severed human head. Wizened and shriveled with an awful perpetual grin. And it keeps mumbling a lot of incoherent gibberish to itself. Oh, it's horrible.
Tell me about it, sir. May I go and see it?
No, not now. I'd rather you'd see it first of all by daylight. It's gruesome enough then, but by lamplight it's impossible.
How did you come across it?
Purely by accident. You know, for the last century, stories have been cropping up all over Africa about a talking head.
Yes.
It's a whisper here and a whisper there. Nothing definite at all.
Yes, I know.
Well, about 7 years ago, I was up on the Mongola River territory with Professor Lamberti.
That's the man you exposed for fraud, isn't it?
Yeah, most unfortunate occurrence, but my duty. Well, while there, I shot a python that had dropped from a tree and coiled around an unfortunate native.
The natives worship these great snakes in some parts, don't they, Father?
Yes, and it turned out that this particular spot was one of them. Consequently, we had to do some fast traveling to get out alive.
Well, how about this native you saved? Was he one of them?
No, he was an old witch doctor from another tribe. What he was doing so far away from home, I never did find out. But he was so infernally grateful to me, I had a hard time dissuading him from attaching himself to me permanently.
Yes, they do get that way sometimes.
However, he extracted a promise from me to visit him. I finally did so a month ago. I was only just in time, for the old fellow died the next day. When I entered the village, I was taken straight to his hut. He was badly wasted and making no struggle to live, but he knew me in a moment.
7 years has passed, white man, since thou and I have looked upon each other. Therefore art thou 7 times more welcome.
Old man of wisdom, the intervening years have taken my feet into many strange places, but always has my heart remembered its promise.
It is well. For now may I pass to my ancestors with a light heart. Yet there is a destiny to be fulfilled before I may look into their eyes fearlessly. Listen carefully, white man.
I listen, my friend.
Many years ago, before the white man brought his floating house to the rivers, a white warrior whose brain was touched by the gods wandered into the village of my people. His speech to us was that of the monkeys, but his strength was that of the gorilla. At certain seasons of the moon, he would summon the devils of the forest and hold speech with them. But only his eyes could behold them. You've heard this story, white man.
From the mouths of the ignorant only.
This man led my people in battle. He was greatly feared. One day, as he lay sleeping in the forest, a warrior from another tribe crept upon him and killed him, taking only the head as a trophy. But the head refused to die, and the warrior in his terror dropped it and took flight. That head has been preserved, white man, for it is written that you shall take it back to its people. For the legend says that only then will the spirit compose itself to rest.
So that's how you got it, sir.
Yes. Yes, I promised to take it before seeing the thing. Probably if I'd waited, I'd have had nothing to do with it. It's really horrible.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Lorna?
Oh, just a little tired, I guess. I think I'll turn in for the night.
All right, my dear. I'll go and see that your quarters are ready.
I see the professor still makes a personal inspection of quarters every night.
Yes, he always does.
Have you been getting plenty of sleep, Lorna? You don't look as well as you might.
Oh, Jack, you don't know what a relief it is to have you here. There's something wrong with this place. Something I'm sure Father knows nothing about.
Why, what do you mean, dear? Your father knows this country better than anyone. Is anything wrong?
Oh, nothing really, I suppose, but I have the most horrible feeling of depression at times. It's just as if there was something out there in the bush calling me. Something terrible, dragging at my brain. And I have the most awful temptation to walk out of camp alone.
Great Scott, dear. Whatever you do, don't do that. If there's anything harmful around here, you're safe while in camp. But by yourself, well...
I know, Jack, but the feeling's gotten so bad that I have to... Oh, hush, here's Father.
Yeah? Quarters are all set, my dear. Good night, Lorna.
Good night, Father. Good night, Jack, dear.
Good night, dear. You know, sir, I don't think Lorna's looking as well as she might. There's something worrying her.
Oh, nonsense. She hasn't a care in the world. No, sit here, Jack. I have something to tell you.
Won't it keep until morning, sir? I'm rather tired.
Well, I'd like to give you the news now so you can digest it by morning.
Okay, sir. Shoot.
I believe I have the first piece of definite knowledge as to the whereabouts of that mythical race of people called the Golden Race. You've heard the stories the natives tell of them. The perfect people, no sickness, an incredible learning.
Yes.
We've always put it down as another African myth because no trace has ever been found of them.
Do you mean to say you really believe these stories, Professor?
No, I don't believe the stories the natives tell, my boy. But I believe what the talking head told me a week ago.
But good Lord, sir, that's...
Listen, that's Lorna. Come quick, something's happened to her.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, you are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder. And there can be no escape.
All right, buddy. This is the end of the line.
Thanks for the ride.
Don't mention it. Compliments of Miami Police. Now, you see that sign?
Yeah, I see it.
Read it.
What's the matter? Don't they teach you cops to read?
I said read it.
Miami, city limits.
Good. See that you stay on the other side of that sign. We don't take kindly to bums down here.
I tell you, I'm not a bum. I came down here to take a job.
Sure. You guys always have jobs. That's why you come down and sleep in our city parks as soon as it gets cold up north. Well, now get going. And keep going. And don't come back.
Don't come back, he says. Fat chance. One night on the streets and you're a vagrant. They give you a cot in the city jail and some coffee and spud nuts in the morning and escort you out of town. Every step I took was away from that place, and that was all right, too. They could have their sunshine and their orange juice. All I wanted was a ride north. Anywhere north. But one after another cars passed me up until my thumb got tired. I walked almost all the way to Fort Lauderdale. I got a ride into Pompano, and then I hoofed it again. It was getting hot. Took off my jacket and carried it. It was near Delray Beach that the big new Nash sedan swooped down around the curve from the opposite direction, and suddenly it blew a tire. The car swerved, careened across the white line, and was coming straight at me. I jumped out of the way and ran, my heart pounding like crazy. And then the car stopped miraculously, right side up. There was some driving. I walked back to it. There was a red-headed girl in the driver's seat and a man beside her. The man's face was cut.
Darling, you're bleeding. Your forehead.
It's nothing. I just hit the windshield.
Can I help?
Yes. You can change the tire. If you do it fast, there's $5 in it for you.
You all right?
It's just a cut. It's nothing. Look, we're in an awful hurry.
Oh, sure. Where do you keep the tools?
Oh, in the back. Here's the key. I'm sorry I scared you. I couldn't help it. The car got out of control.
You sure know how to drive.
Oh, look at that tire. It's a mess. Will it take long to change it?
No, not very.
Oh, it's certainly lucky for us that you were right here to help us. Where are you going?
Well, I was trying to hitchhike. The only ride I got was on the back of a fish truck.
Where are you hiking to?
Any place but Miami.
What's wrong with Miami?
Oh, nothing. It's a great town. But the cops don't like you if you don't have a job.
I should think a good-looking man like you could get a job. Seems to me that... I'm coming.
Good-looking man like me. It's funny she should say a thing like that. And that was what I was thinking about her. Oh, she was beautiful. She was the most alive person I'd ever seen. And yet, she was controlled like a nimber. As I worked on the car, putting on the spare that cost more than the suit I had on my back, I got to wishing that I could afford a car like that, and a girl like that. And I wondered about the guy it all belonged to. He was used to being waited on, you could see that. He sat in the front seat, and the girl sat close to him. Every now and then, she'd look back at me and smile. Couldn't hear what they were talking about, and I was glad. Because I suddenly didn't want to know what he said to her. A jerk, that's me, a daydreaming jerk.
How are you coming?
Oh, I'm through.
What's your name?
It's Joe Mazurka.
Would you like to go to Miami with us, Joe?
Oh, I can't go to Miami, not without a job.
Well, that's what I mean. You want a job, don't you?
Well, fixing tires?
No. I've been talking to Mr. Ress. If you really want a job, he has one for you.
Are you kidding? He has a job for me in Miami?
Would you like that?
Oh, boy, would I.
Then put the tools away. Come on, let's go.
Now, wait a minute. There's something I want you to know. I had a job. I came down here to take the job as swimming instructor at the Bay Club, but I was a day late and the job was gone.
Oh, so that's how you got those shoulders. Swimming.
Oh. Well, I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bum.
Of course you're not a bum, Joe. Whatever made you think I thought you were?
And, we haven't got all day.
Come on, he's getting impatient.
Yeah, but the job, what kind of a job is it?
Mr. Ress will tell you about it on the way in.
But
You want to go to Miami with us, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do.
Then come on, let's go.
It's this way. I'm a writer.
Oh, sure, Ress. William Ress. You're the guy who wrote Break It Open.
Did you read it?
No. I've been on the go, and I don't have much chance.
But you've heard of me.
Oh, everybody who can read English has heard of you. Your name's in every bookstore window.
Yes, my name, but not my face.
And that's the job.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, if they find out that Bill, Mr. Ress, is in Miami, they'll hound him to death. That's the way it is when a writer is successful. The public thinks they own him. They expect him to be clever at cocktail parties, and he's invited everywhere. He hasn't
Well,
been-
what's wrong with it?
Well, nothing, but it doesn't leave him any time to write.
Hender's trying to tell you that I hate people. All this social claptrap. I want to be left alone so I can work.
I still don't see how I fit in.
Well, you'll be me. That's how you'll fit in. You'll be Bill Ress.
I'll be you?
All right. Let's put it this way. You'll be my alter ego. There'll be two of me. You'll handle the social end while I lock myself in someplace and write.
Yeah, but I don't look like you, not a bit.
What's the difference? Nobody knows me down here.
Yeah, but...
Look, do you want the job or don't you?
I don't know. It's a pretty crazy job.
It pays $100 a week in expenses.
$100 a week?
It wouldn't be hard, Joe. Not with me helping you.
Yeah, that's right. Enda could help you.
I could see you from time to time, and, well, I could tell you what to say, how to act.
You would?
You'll take it, won't you, Joe?
It's a crazy job, all right, but I'm a crazy guy. Sure. I'll take it. They coached me all the way into Miami. I memorized facts about him. Where he went to college, what he ate for breakfast, how he felt politically. But there was one thing he didn't tell me, and it was the one thing I couldn't ask. What was his relationship with a girl? That's what I wanted to know more than anything else. We passed the city limits sign, went on into Miami on Biscayne Boulevard. Enda pulled the car up near a cab stand.
Now, you're sure you got it all straight?
I think so.
All right. Enda, give him some money.
Oh, yes. Here, Joe.
Thank you. $500?
Yes. I want you to buy some good clothes and a couple of good traveling bags. You're a successful writer, remember? You've got to look good.
And check in at a good hotel.
The Ronnie Plaza.
Yes, that'll be fine. Ronnie Plaza.
Aren't you coming with me?
Oh, you'll want to get settled first, Joe. Get yourself a haircut and a manicure. I'll see you tonight.
But what if I should have to get in touch with you before that?
Why? Why would you want to get in touch with her?
Oh, well, you know. Ask some questions about you in case something comes up all of a sudden.
All right. If you need me sooner, you can call me. 99730. Give me your pen, Bill.
But don't bother us unless you have to.
No, I won't.
And, Joe.
Yeah.
You'd better pick up a copy of Mr. Ress's book. It might be rather embarrassing if you didn't know what it was all about.
They drove off, and they left me standing there with my head full of facts on the life and times of Bill Ress, but not one fact about her. I didn't even know what her last name was. Well, there'd be time for that. I did like they told me. I bought some clothes and a suitcase. I got a haircut and a manicure, and I bought the book. Funny. A few hours before, I'd been a vagrant. No job and no money. Now I was set up in the swankiest hotel in Miami. Come in.
Mr. Rez?
Oh, yes.
I'm George Cole. I'm the public relations man for the hotel. This is Walters, our photographer.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Rez.
How are you? Well, come on in.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're certainly excited having you here at the Ronnie Plaza.
Well, thank you.
We were frankly pretty surprised when you checked in.
Is that so?
We knew you were in Miami. You know how those things get around. Miami's really just a small town. But you have the reputation for being such a recluse.
Well, you know how it is.
I wonder if you'd let us release a little publicity on you.
Well,
we'd like to take some pictures.
Well, all right, sure. Go right ahead. Take all you want. Now, let's see. How about over here by the window? This be all right?
Oh, yeah, that's swell. Hold it a minute, will you?
Oh, it's certainly nice of you to be so cooperative.
I'm glad to.
Got it. Now then, over this way, please.
Walters, I think it would be good to get one of him autographing his book. I took the liberty, Mr. Ress, of bringing up a few copies. Would you autograph them for some of our guests?
Yeah, all right. Have you got a pen?
Oh, certainly. Here.
There, now, that's just fine. Hold it. Thank you very much.
Would you autograph this one to Herman and Betty?
To Herman and Betty?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, shall I get it for you?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll answer. Yeah?
Are you Bill Ress?
That's right.
I'm Arnold Springman.
What can I do for you?
Do for me? That's funny.
I beg your pardon?
So you don't even remember my name. Springman. Arnold Springman. Think hard.
What do you want?
You ruined my life, you destroyed my future, and now you don't even remember my name. It's all it meant to you, isn't it? Sensationalism. Muckraking. What do you care if you break a man so long as your book sells?
Ah, now look, you've got the wrong idea.
I guess we'd better be going, Mr. Ress. Come on along, Walters.
No, you wait. I want witnesses. I want the world to know that I'm the one who got rid of Bill Ress.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm gonna kill you.
Kill? Oh, no.
Put that gun away.
Oh, don't shoot, don't. Oh, Mr. Ress, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
Oh, my. It took a lot of courage wrenching that gun away from him like that.
You ruined my life.
When you get the house detective and get this guy out of here.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you get out, too.
Oh, yes.
Don't send anybody up to my room again. Understand?
No, sir. Yes,
nobody.
No, sir. Oh, come along, you.
Operator.
This is the operator.
This is Bill Ress in 416. Get me, let me see, 99730.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ress, the line is busy.
Call me back when you get it, please. As I waited for the operator to get Hen on the line, I leafed through Bill Ress's book. The name Arnold Springman hadn't meant anything to me, but on page 5 it began to mean a lot. He was a small-time political campaign manager, crooked as a broken finger, and Ress's book had exposed him. That's what the book was, an expose of dozens of politicians, large and small, and every one of them had plenty of reason to get rid of Bill Ress. Dozens of potential killers. I realized the spot I was in. I was the clay pigeon for a political muckraker. Hello.
I have 99730 for you now.
Oh, thank you.
Hello?
That you, Ress?
Oh? This is Louis.
Well, is Henda there?
You got the wrong number. This is Louis's pool room.
Operator.
Yes, sir?
That was the wrong number. Dial it again, please. 99730.
Right away, sir.
Good, I'll hold the phone.
Louis's pool room. Louis talking.
Is this 99730?
Oh, it's you again. Yeah, this is 99730.
Is Bill Ress there?
Never heard of him.
Are you sure there isn't a girl there by the name of Henda? Tall, slender, red hair?
Look, buddy, the dames have invaded the bowling alleys, but the pool rooms they ain't touched yet. And for that, I'm thankful.
But she gave me this number.
Buddy, for my dough, she gave you the runaround.
I couldn't believe it. But why not? If I was sucker enough to hope I had a chance with her, I deserved the mess I was in. Well, no law said that I had to stay in it. Not even for $100 a week would I stand still and let Bill Ress's enemies take pot shots at me. I grabbed my hat, my new $15 hat, and I walked out of the room, took the stairs to the lobby, and went out the side door of the hotel. It was at the corner I heard the newsboy.
Murder famous muckraking author killed Bill Ress dead.
Dead?
Paper missed the latest edition, just hit the street, all about the Ress murder.
Yes. Give me
y'all,
paper.
thank you. Extra, read all about it. Author killed
Bill Ress dead.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, suppose Junior has cut the telephone wire with your pet jackknife or kitchen shears. That's no reason for not listening to Sing It Again. Of course, if your phone is okay and Dan Seymour does put in one of the big calls to you, there's the chance that you'll win $51,000 in prizes and cash. But Sing It Again is more than prizes. It's a solid hour of tuneful riddle songs and hit music, highly entertaining in themselves, with Alan Dale, Bob Howard, and Eugenie Baird. And it's heard on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening this Saturday, won't you? And now for the second act of Escape.
I stood there holding the newspaper that said the man I was impersonating had been murdered. I was on the spot and I knew I had to do something fast. But suddenly it was done for me.
Joe! Joe!
Huh?
Over here, Joe.
Henda.
Hurry up, get in. I'm blocking traffic.
I tried to get you. That number you gave me, 99730, that's a pool room.
99730. Oh, Joe, no, it's 99703.
Oh. Well, anyway, he's dead. The newsboy's yelling that he's been murdered.
I didn't dream it'd work out like this.
Who killed him?
I don't know. A lot of people hated him.
I know that. One of them took a shot at me.
At you? Did you tell anyone you were Bill Ress?
Did I tell him? Of course I told them. I signed the register, I autographed some books, they took my picture.
Oh, that's terrible.
But you told me to.
I know.
Well, what does it mean? I'm all mixed up.
Well, they'll think you did it. You can't go back to the hotel.
Where are we going?
Matacumbe. They won't find you there.
Matacumbe? What is that?
It's an island, one of the keys.
Well, wouldn't it be better if I went to the police? I haven't done anything wrong.
You impersonated another man. You signed his name. And now he's dead, murdered. How will that look for you?
Yeah, but that was my job. You were there. You heard him hire me. You can tell them that... Well, can't you?
No, Joe. That's just the trouble. I can't tell them anything.
I don't get it. Why not?
Bill was married. Oh, he was going to get a divorce, but he was still technically married.
He was going to marry you?
Yes, but nobody knew about me. I never met any of his friends. Nobody ever saw us together. As far as the world is concerned, I don't even know Bill Ress. You see, Joe, I wouldn't be a very good alibi for you. I've got to keep out of this mess, too.
I see. I was still mixed up as we drove south on the overseas highway across the twisted chain of islands that is the Florida Keys. The air was fresh and sharp off the sea. The sun was just setting. Riding there beside this gorgeous girl, I couldn't honestly say that I was sorry Ress was dead. In a cockeyed sort of way, I was glad. It was at an isolated spot on one of the islands that she pulled off the highway into a deserted lane that ended in a dock. There was a corrugated sheet metal shack at the end of the lane. She pulled the car into a shed.
This is Lower Matacumbe.
Doesn't look like much.
And there's the yacht out there.
Yacht?
Oh, didn't I tell you? We're going out in the yacht.
But you said we were going to stay at Matacumbe.
This is still Florida, all the way down to Key West. You'll be safer on the yacht. It belongs to a friend of mine, Ernie Castillo. He'll take good care of us.
Yeah, but where is it going?
Oh, it isn't going anywhere. Ernie gets seasick, so he just keeps it at anchor all season.
Oh. And how are we going to get out to it?
That's strange. The speedboat was supposed to be waiting here for me. Well, come on, let's go into the saloon. I'll phone them.
The sheet metal shack was an honest-to-goodness saloon. Sawdust on the floor, pictures of boxers over the mirror, chipped beer mugs. The only actual modern note was the radio, and that was an old Atwater Kent. The saloon was presided over by a talkative Cuban.
Cerveza? You want another glass, maybe?
No, thank you. I'm just waiting for the lady to make a phone call.
Then better you have cerveza. When a lady goes into a phone booth, goodbye, you wait. I like radio music. I like fish fishing. What do you like?
Well,
Amberjack, they call me. Amberjack is good guy, is good fish. But bonefish I like best.
News bulletin. In connection with the murder of Bill Ress, the police...
Bonefish is a tough baby to
quiet. Built young man of about 26 or 28 who has been posing publicly as the author. He was last seen at the Romney Plaza Hotel, where he was wearing a gray flannel suit and a dark red tie. He is about 6 feet tall, muscular, with light wavy hair and dark eyes. The police are watching every avenue of escape out of Florida. If you have any information leading to his whereabouts, please notify your local police.
The police all the time look for somebody. Gray suit, dark tie. Could be anybody. Could be you.
Yeah.
I like to be police. All the time ride the motorcycle, go fast like anything.
Joe.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you.
Come again, young fellas. Always got plenty of cerveza.
Joe, come on, the motorboat's here.
Henda, I'm going to go to the police.
Joe, you can't do that.
Why, Henda, why? Did you kill him?
Did I? Of course I didn't. Why do you ask that?
Well, then you've got to come with me. You've got to make him believe me.
But I can't. Oh, here comes the man Ernie sent in with the speedboat. Come on.
Oh, no, Henda, you've got to help me.
You ready to go, Hendo?
Yes, Chuck, we're ready.
No, we're not. Go on back to the boat.
I don't take orders from you.
Oh, get lost.
Don't be stubborn, Joe. He came to get us, and we're going with him.
Well, maybe you are, but I'm going back to Miami.
Oh, no, you're not.
What?
Show him what I mean, Chuck.
Sure, glad to.
Feel better, Joe?
Oh.
Would you like me to get you a drink?
No.
Come on, relax. Don't get up so fast. It'll make you dizzy.
You can quit being charming. You made your point. We're on the yacht.
Now, isn't this better than going to the police? It's so quiet out here. So peaceful.
So you killed him?
No, I killed him.
What?
I said I killed him.
Oh, I must be losing my mind. You're supposed to be dead, Res.
Not Res. My name is Castillo, Ernie Castillo.
Castillo? But you're the guy that hired me to double for Res.
That's right. Maybe I better straighten you out. I killed Bill Rest this morning at Delray Beach. Reason? He was writing a new book exposing the narcotics syndicate. Matter of fact, it was to be my biography.
Delray Beach, of course. That's where the newsboy said he was killed. That's where you were coming from when you picked me up this morning.
Right again. I killed Rest and I disposed of his longhand notes on the new book.
Why'd you drag me into it? Why'd you bring me here?
Very simple. To give the police a definite suspect. Ress's impersonator, you. Hender was to pick you up later tonight, but they found Ress's body sooner than we counted on. She just made it in the nick of time, don't you think?
So I was your red herring, huh?
We got the idea while you were changing the tire. It worked fine.
Oh, sure, it worked fine. Why'd you have to pick on me? Who is he anyway? A joker on the road, a guy without a job, a vag, huh?
You're getting emotional, Joe.
You think you can hold me? You're crazy.
Are we? By now, some smart newspaper man has his byline on a story explaining why you did it.
Oh? Suppose you tell me why I did it.
Maybe you've been impersonating Ress for a long time. He caught up with you and you killed him.
That won't stand up. What about that book of his? It's full of names of people who'll be happy to see him dead.
That's true, but you've run away, Joe. That's the most damaging fact of all. You've run away and the police will keep looking for you.
And they won't find you.
There had been just the three of us on deck, and now I was conscious of others. 2 or 3 men, including the one who had slugged me. They were securing the motor launch to the deck. Even as they worked, I could feel them concentrating on me. It was like waiting for someone to give a signal. What's that? What's that noise?
The anchor.
The anchor? We're sailing?
Right out to sea. Your last voyage, Joe. Way, way out to sea.
The engine started up and the yacht began to move, nosing into the Atlantic. I looked back at Matacumbi Key, at the overseas highway silhouetted against a dusky sky, a little fishing boat innocently anchored near the reefs, only a couple of 100 yards away. That's all they were, a couple of 100 yards. There was one wild, crazy chance, and I took it.
Stop it! Get it!
It's diving overboard!
Over the launch! I'm going after it!
There was one thing I knew how to do. It's swim. I could just get to the reefs before they could get that boat in the water and come after me. I was less than 50 yards off the reefs now. 50 yards from the little fishing boat. I looked back just as that motor launch hit the water. And Ress was in it. And he came right at me. He was going to cut me in two. I swam faster. A few more strokes, I'd be at the fishing boat. I could already see the guy in it.
Hey, look out! That motorboat! You idiot! Get away! Get away from me!
I grabbed a hold of the fishing boat's gunwale just as the launch swerved to avoid collision.
You crazy jerk! You want to kill somebody? Hey, look at that. He's out of control. He's heading for the rocks. Crazy nut. He'll crack up. Hey, what a mess.
Give me a hand up, will you? Pull me in the boat.
Sure. Hey, you know that guy almost killed you.
Yeah.
You all right?
Oh, I'm great. Just get me to the police.
Here he is, Lieutenant. The mysterious Mr. X.
Look, I tell you, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I was hired by Ress. I mean Castillo and that girl. They picked me up on the highway. They were both in it.
Relax. Take it easy.
What?
Castillo is dead, and the Coast Guard picked up the girl.
Oh, did she tell you?
Sure. She talked. They always talk.
Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me.
Well, when they booked you, we thought you could have done it. That crazy cock and bull story you told about working for him. But when we checked the blotter, we knew you couldn't have killed Bill Rez at all.
Well, you knew?
Well, sure. When are you guys going to learn to come to the police when you get into trouble? We knew all along you couldn't have killed him because the murder was committed between 6 and 8 a.m. You were right here in the Miami jail until after 8:30.
Oh, then I'm free?
Why, sure. Like a bird.
Thanks.
Regan?
Yes, sir?
Okay. He's all yours.
What do you mean?
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Oh, now, hey, wait a minute.
Come on, I said. Okay, buddy. See that sign?
Yes, I see the sign. It says Miami City Limits.
That's right. Now,
wait a minute. I know. You want me to stay on the other side of that sign. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Now get going. Keep going. And don't come back, yeah? Because the next time you're liable to get yourself in some real trouble.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Danger at Matacumbe by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Joe, Marie Windsor as Henda, and Ted DeCourcy as Ress. Also heard were Rick Vallon, Robert Clark, Harry Bartell, Dee Tatum, Jerry Hausner, and Larry Dobkin. Special music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are the prisoner of Mr. 3 from the land of 1. You're being driven like an animal toward the giant spaceship from which you know there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape to the forbidding valley of the Infernal River high in the Peruvian Andes, a valley from which no traveler has ever returned, as T.S. Stribling tells it in his science fiction classic, Green Splotches. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Whether your hair is long or whether it's short, musically speaking, that is, you'll get a kick out of that hour of music with Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry, heard on most of these same CBS stations every Saturday night. Vaughn is here with the 5 top tunes of the week as chosen by Variety magazine, and Gene Autry comes riding with the best in Western music and song. CBS cordially invites you to join Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry every Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The challenge of the Yukon. King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right. The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. Sergeant Preston, on patrol duty in the Yukon, made many friends who were always glad to see him. One of these was Ab Crowley, who lived with his wife in a small cabin several miles north of Three Forks. A vicious storm had swept wind and snow in the face of the Mountie as he drove his team toward the small settlement, and the prospect of a warm cup of tea with the Crowleys was something he looked forward to. The great dog King ran ahead of the sled, cutting tracks in the snow.
I'm King, on you Huskies! Not much further, King. There's the cabin. It's good to see that light. Oh, King, oh, you Huskies.
Hey, there's Sergeant Preston.
Hello, Ab. How are you?
Yeah, fine. I'm mighty glad to see you. Come on in and have a cup of tea. This is just made, Sam.
I've been looking forward to having a cup of tea with you ever since I left Broken Wishbone, Ab. How's Mrs. Crowley?
Oh, fine, just fine. We got some good news for you, Sergeant.
Yes? Well, what is it, Ab?
It'll wait for a few minutes. You go on inside. I'll take care of the dogs. You too, King. Go on in there.
All right, King. Thanks, Ab.
Land's sake, Sergeant Preston, sure is good to see you. Come on in here and close that door.
Well, how are you, Mrs. Crowley?
Never been better in my life, Sergeant. Dab tell you the news?
Oh, no, he didn't. He said it could wait till he got inside. Say, what's this all about?
Well, I expect I better let Ab tell you. He's been hankering to tell you ever since we... There, I almost told you myself.
Well, I'm certainly curious. Tell me this much. You both look so pleased. It must be something awfully good, huh?
It is, Sergeant. It's the best thing that's happened to us ever since we came to this snowbound place. There you are.
Oh, thank you. This tea certainly tastes good.
Warms you up after all that cold. I guess Ab will be wanting a cup, too, when he comes in.
Did you tell the sergeant yet, Ada?
Oh, no, she hasn't told me yet, Ab.
Well, I reckon I'll tell you myself, then.
As if you didn't want the pleasure of telling him yourself all along.
Me and Ada just bought the last chance claim.
Last chance?
Yep.
That was Jeb Fisher's claim, wasn't it?
It was. Now it's ours.
Well.
Sakes alive, Sergeant. The cat get your tongue? Can't you say any more than that? I declare, Ab, I knew you'd be surprised, but I never thought
Just how much do you know about the last chance, Ab?
Well, it's a good claim. I saw Jeb turn up some of the dust myself. I think it's a good piece of luck. We, had kind of a hard time meeting Jeb's price, but,
We just took what we'd been saving, and Jeb turned it over to us for the cash.
How much cash?
$12,000. All the money we had. Why, what's wrong, Sergeant?
Well, Ab, I won't congratulate you on your good luck till we make sure it is good luck.
What do you mean, Sergeant?
I don't trust Jeb Fisher, Mrs. Crowley. I'm afraid that claim is worthless. But we'll soon find out.
Worthless?
Of course, I have no proof.
Sergeant, I can't say that I've ever known you to be wrong before. But this is once I think you've made a mistake. Why, I saw that dust myself.
You're no Chichaco, Ab. You know as well as I do that Fisher could have salted that claim.
He could have, Ab. But heaven help us if the sergeant's right.
Heaven helps him that helps himself, Ada gal. I'm going to start in tomorrow working on that ground. And we'll know how we stand.
Well, that's a good idea, Ab. I'll tell you what I'll do. I have some friends at Three Forks who will be glad to lend a hand.
Well, I don't like to be any trouble to you.
Oh, no trouble at all, Ab. I was headed for Three Forks anyway, so I'll stop to see them.
Well, we'll be looking for you, Sergeant.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Goodbye. All right, King. Get the dogs up. On King! On you Huskies!
Sergeant Preston entered the Moosehead Cafe in Three Forks a short time later. As he moved through the room, he heard a boisterous laugh.
So I have $12,000 in my pocket, and Crowley's got the deed to the last chance.
You cleaned up on that deal.
Yeah, I sure did.
Poor old Crowley stuck for plenty.
His own fault.
I don't know, Jim.
What do you mean?
Seems to me it's a pretty yellow trick to pull on a couple as old as the Crowleys.
Well, they wanted the last chance, didn't they? I sold it to them.
$12,000 must have been all the money they got in this world.
That don't mean nothing to me.
Don't you feel at all sorry for folks like them?
No, why should I? It was a business deal, that's all. I buy and sell property. Ain't none of my business how people get the money to pay for it, as long as it's cash on the line. You're loco, Sam.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see things the way you do.
Now listen and take it from me. You'll never get far in the Yukon if you go around feeling sorry for every guy that gets stuck.
You're Jeb Fisher, aren't you?
Why, yeah. What do you want with me, Monty?
I understand Abner Crowley just bought your last chance claim.
Yep.
Fisher, you know there's no gold on that land.
I don't know nothing about that land. I sold him the property. We turned up gold on it.
You've sold it claims before.
Crowley bought that claim, and I didn't guarantee nothing in writing.
Whether you guarantee it or not, Crowley believes there's gold on that property.
Then let him dig for it. Who knows? Maybe he'll find it.
You oughtn't to talk to him like that, Jeb.
Why not? Oh, ain't got nothing on me.
The next day, at the last chance claim, not far from Abner Crowley's cabin, 6 men helped the old miner work his newly acquired land.
Yeah. What's the matter, Ab? Ain't getting tired, are you?
Me? No.
Well, what's wrong?
You know, Rob, Sergeant Preston told me this land was probably worthless. I'm afraid he's right.
Oh, well, now, Ab, I wouldn't be too ready to give up. Me and the boys will stay around as long as you need us.
Well, I don't like to...
Now, don't you worry, Ab. Mrs. Crowley fixes better chow we've had in a year. Sundays at Three Forks. Well, I believe that's a sergeant coming now.
Looks like it is.
Hey there, Sergeant.
Oh, King. How are you, Huskies? Well, Rob, see you've kept your word.
Yep, we've been pretty busy, all right.
How's it going, Ab?
Well, Sergeant, I think maybe you was right.
Why, Ab?
Poor Ada. I'll have to tell her we paid our $12,000 for a worthless piece of earth.
All right. I told him, Sergeant, not to be so willing to give up.
I'm not surprised, Ab.
No, you told me, but I wouldn't believe you. Well, there's nothing for us to do now.
I'm not so sure about that. Rob and I talked it over yesterday. And here's our plan.
A rumor of gold in the Yukon always spread like wildfire. A word dropped in a conversation, sudden activity in a place that had formerly been deserted, and an old miner in town spending money freely. Any one of these things were enough to start men talking, telling exaggerated stories of a new gold discovery. So when old Abner Crowley, long known for the quiet and thrifty way he lived, went into Three Forks carrying a poke of gold dust, the word spread that the last chance claim held fabulous amounts of the precious dust.
Did you hear the news, Jeb?
What news?
About the last chance paying out.
Yeah, I heard it.
But I thought you said...
No matter what I said.
Did you know it?
Oh, shut up, Sam.
Oh, I begin to see.
Shut up, I tell you.
And you thought you took old Abner.
I didn't know the last chance was a strike.
You're darn tootin' you didn't know it. It'd have never gotten out of your hands if you'd thought that.
I'd give anything to get that claim back. What a fool I was.
All right, boys. Have another drink. It's all on me. You too, Rob. Have what you want.
Thanks, Ab. Don't mind if I do. Ever since you struck it at the last chance...
That's right. The sky's the limit.
Hello there, Ab.
Why, Jeb Fisher. The man that sold me the last chance. My best friend.
We always thought you was a good businessman, Jeb. What happened to you?
Well, you know how it is. Ab, I'd like to talk to you.
What do you want to talk about, Jeb? Ain't got much time, you know. Got to get back to the last chance. Me and Ada.
Yeah, I know. But I'd like to talk to you.
Well, all right. Come on, Rob.
Yeah, sure. Where do you want to talk, Jeb?
Let's go in the back room where we won't be disturbed.
Suit you, Rob?
Well, why not?
Yeah, there now. Nobody will bother us in here. Have a chair, boy.
Sure, thank you.
Well, what's on your mind, Jeb?
Ab, when I sold you the last chance, I told you I was planning to leave the Yukon.
Yep, that's right, you did, Jeb.
Well, a few things have happened since then, and I've changed my mind. I'm staying here, and I'd like to have the last chance back. You see, when I sold it to you, I thought I was leaving, and I wanted to get my affairs straightened up.
Now, Jeb, a deal's a deal. I bought the last chance.
I know how you feel. You paid me $12,000 for the last chance.
Yep, cash at that.
I'll pay you $15,000 to get it back.
Nope, not interested.
$16,000.
Now, listen, Jeb. If you was in my place, would you sell out?
I'll make it $18,000, Ab.
Nope, I don't want to.
It costs plenty to work a mine, you know, Ab. I'll give you $20,000 in cash for that claim.
Pretty anxious to get it back, ain't you, Jeb?
Hello, Ab.
Hello, Sergeant.
Fisher, what are you doing here?
Trying to make a deal with Ab here, Mountie.
What sort of a deal, Ab?
Now, you keep out of this, Mountie.
Jeb wants to buy back the last chance claim, Sergeant.
Well,
I'll pay him cash for it.
Jeb, I think I'll take you up on that. Aid and me are getting old. I ought to clear out of the Yukon and let the younger man work the last chance.
I'm glad you feel that way about it, Ab. I'll be right back with the money. The money here will witness the sale.
What to tell you, Ab?
Yep. Hope he don't take too long getting that money.
Sam will have the money here in a minute, Ab. Yes, sir, I think you're being right smart about it.
I hope so, Jeb. I certainly wish you the same kind of luck I had with the last chance.
Here, Jeb. Oh, well, here you are, Ab. It's all there. Count it if you want.
You better count it, Ab.
Yep, all here. Well, Jeb, last chance is yours again. Here's the deed. Now, Rob, here's that $5,000 to pay back the boys for the gold they lent me and for working at the claim.
The gold they lent you?
Sure. I figured to look like a man that struck it rich ought to have some gold, so they got together and lent it to me.
Look like a man that's... Say, what is this? You mean you didn't get that gold from the last chance?
We ain't found any gold in it yet, Jeb.
Why, you said...
I didn't say nothing, Jeb. You came to me wanting to buy back the last chance, and I sold it to you.
I've been swindled. You led me to believe you found gold there.
If what you told me when you sold it was true, the gold's still there. I tell you, we ain't touched any of it.
Why, you out?
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Jeb. That was a fair sale. I saw it myself.
Looks like you're stuck with your own bargain, Jeb.
There's not a thing you can do about it.
All right, boys, come on outside. This time I'll treat you the best in the house, and I'll pay for it with my money.
Well, looks like Abner Crowley came out all right after all. Yes, King, the case is closed.
Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
I offer information to all who heed. If a recuperation is your very first need, invest several dollars for peace and rest. Come to Shannon's Place and be our guest. We've a reasonable hotel right on the bay. Features seafood marinated and filet. If keeping stomach happy you should chance to tire, just step to the beach, we've a boat for hire.
Hey, that's a neat pitch for a hotel if I ever heard one, Shannon.
Where'd you find King Moses?
In a gin rummy game in Port-au-Prince. I knocked with 3.
This is a new version of it, Joe. The last time Slate told it, he was sitting on the beach and a bottle washed up on the shore. He pulled out the cork, and there was King Moses. You were a lot smaller then, weren't you, King?
Oh, yes, Miss Taylor, I've grown.
Who put you in the bottle in the first place?
The wind. I was sitting there playing my guitar, and a hurricane came up. There just happened to be a bottle lying around.
Yeah, well, the way it really happened, Joe, was that...
I'll settle for the last one, Shannon. Now, what about it?
Well, I don't know. I admit it appeals to me, but diving for sunken treasure isn't exactly the way I want to make my way in life.
Well, he's not asking you to dive for anything, Slate. He just wants to use your boat. Isn't that right, Joe?
Sure, I'll do the diving, your boat, your equipment. We'll split whatever we find down the middle.
My equipment? I haven't had a diving suit since I lived in Hawaii.
And that was the time when all the beach boys who dived for quarters almost starved. Slate stood on the bottom of the ocean in his diving suit and a large tin cup.
That's where I met Mr. Slate.
That's right. King Moses was making change.
May I say something?
Oh, please do.
I know where the bark Hesperides is. An old slaving ship returning from the Carolinas with gold. It sank. I know where it sank.
Where?
I've listened a lot, and I've got me a lot of old charts. I can draw an X on a map of the Caribbean, and that's where the Hesperides is.
The lady asked you where.
Look. Off here, the smallest island on Portuguese Key. This reef we use as a mooring. Get a bow hawser on the reef point. Shall I go on?
Yeah, I like it.
Back off 300 feet, drop a stern anchor, and we're secure. Then climb into a suit and jump down. Just 20 fathoms down, and gold.
Seeing you this way, Danny, talking to the seagulls, feeding them, one could think you were a man of kindness.
Yeah, would one, though. You bring the stale loaf of bread like I told you?
See? Here.
Break it up in little pieces for me, Filippo.
So it would be tempting to their digestive juices?
Just chock full of cute sayings, aren't you? Give it to me. Here, pretties. Feed your ugly faces. That's it. Fight for it, you feathered beasties. Fight for it. Look at them, Filippo. Cute, aren't they?
Because they are hungry?
Happens to all of us.
Soon maybe you have flaky pastries to feed to your birds. They might kill each other for them. You'll like that, huh, Danny?
Yeah, I'll like. How are we doing with that part of it?
I'll follow this Joe Cowan like a stray dog. Into alleys, into gutters.
Had fun, huh?
He talks much of the sunken ship Hesperides, of the gold that lies in a rotting hulk for fishes to nibble on. But when I stroke his ear and whisper where, he'd kick me and laugh.
Because you're a stray dog, Filippo.
I once was of dignity. I, too.
Yeah, I know. You were a big man in the deep-sea diving set, but you got the bend. Your lungs got tired. You're a cripple, Filippo, a cripple with an itching palm.
And you are a prize to be dishonorably discharged from the Navy to gloat over hungry birds?
That's why all that gold cries out to us, because we're cripples, you and me. We're not doing so good, huh, Filippo?
We're doing excellent. Only in the last hour, Cowan went into the hotel of Shannon. I think to hire Shannon's boat. I think to hire Shannon, because he needs such things to gorge himself on what is in the Hesperides.
Well, what do you know about that? Now maybe we can stroke Shannon's ear a little. Hand me some more of that bread, Filippo. I feel kindly toward things. Chow time, pretties.
And now, Mr. Shannon, for buying all this equipment from me, may I congratulate you?
Go right ahead.
I congratulate you.
I think he's got something else on his mind, Slate.
See. Now, what can it be? Is it possible? No. It is, senor, a feeling that you have forgotten something.
I don't see what. I've got the compressor, the lines, the diving suit, everything.
See, which means that now I have no compressor, no lines, no diving suit. Is that fair, I ask myself?
Something's awry, huh, Chico?
See, now it comes. Alakazam! You have not paid me.
Oh, we've done business before. Put it on the cuff.
But, senor, I cannot open the cash register. It is so stuffed with cuffs. White cuffs, pink cuffs.
I'll tell you what.
I listen.
If I make any money out of this trip, I'll give you 10%.
This is a modern way of payment?
Only squares use money. Think of what you can do with 10%.
I need some caulking compound, amigo.
Oh, see, your cock is my command. It is in the back room. I will fetch it.
My, what a lot of equipment you got, mister. Going diving?
Uh-huh.
Diving for what?
Boiled shrimp.
With hot sauce.
Just asking. My, look at that. Real honest-to-Betsy deep-sea stuff. What are you looking for, mate, Gold?
Slate, he's pinching the diving suit. Mother told me there'd be men like that.
You got a yen for diving gear, Buster?
For gold, huh? Lucky people. Need a hand?
Uh-uh.
For sunken gold. I'm nosy, curious, a dreamer. Tell me where so I can dream about it. Tell me.
Back up, friend.
Just whisper it. Come on. Come on, tell me or I'll...
Dream about it, Buster.
Is that gentleman lying there what we call a gentleman with gold fever, Slate?
Senor, here's the compound for cocky. Yay! What you do lying on the floor?
He's got a split seam, Chico. Caulk him. Let's go, sailor. What's the etiquette, sailor? How long does one wait for a tardy deep-sea diver?
How should I know? I've never been stood up by a man who wears a bubble on his head.
Now you have. How does it feel?
I feel like a girl with an empty deep-sea diving suit and nobody to shove into it. That's how.
You and me. We're wallflowers, sailor. We've been invited to a dance and nobody wants to waltz with us.
You'll show, Slate. If I know anything about men who get their kicks out of pacing the ocean floor looking for gold...
You know, when I was a kid, I used to tickle my feet with dreams like this. Gold in a sunken ship at the bottom of the Caribbean.
Let's go home, Slate. I'm tired. The Bold Venture's tired. It's all tired, all of it.
Maybe something happened to Joe. Maybe somebody got to him, like the guy who tried to get to me.
Yeah, maybe. That's why I want to go home. Come on, Slate. I'll buy you some gold-covered chocolates.
Or maybe he's celebrating. Joe's a guy who likes to celebrate for any excuse at all.
You're going to look for him, huh, Slate?
Yeah. How'd you guess?
I peeked through the hole in your head and saw the gold already folded in. Hurry back, Slate.
You lost, senor? We have many things in this place to make a man find himself.
Joe Cowan, is he here?
I have just made a pleasurable tour of inspection. Joe Cowan wasn't anywhere in it. Too bad for Joe.
Look, I'm asking in a polite way, Pedro. Has Joe Cowan been here?
See, many choruses ago. It was on this one he left us.
Did he tell you where he was going?
See, to the bottom of the ocean sea.
Did he tell you anything else?
Only that he would come back for the girl who is dancing there. Oh, look at her, senor. And wherever you go, you will come back too.
Yeah, I might at that.
Ask for Joe at Papa Gomez. Papa knows all the children of the barrio.
Yeah. I'll put in a good word for you, Pedro. And for her, too. She needs it.
You are Slate Shannon. Your name is whispered in the barrio, often.
By Joe Cowan?
By him also.
Well, then maybe he told you why he hasn't met me like he was supposed to.
Why you not go ask him yourself in the place where he sleeps?
That's what I've been yearning to do. For 4 hours now I've been yearning like that. Where does a man like Joe sleep?
The latest pillow is in a yellow house on Bolivar Street, number 8. This thing of you and Joe, my blessings, child.
Thanks, Papa. I may be able to use them. Joe! Joe, it's me. Slate Shannon, open up.
Enter, Slate Shannon.
Who are you?
Do as he says, Shannon. I got something that'll knock your eye out. This gun.
Well, it's the curious Buster with the diving bug. How was it being unconscious? Did you dream?
Inside.
I must say it, Shannon. Your banging made almost enough noise to awaken the dead, but not quite.
And what are you talking about?
Observe, please, the dirty couch. Then observe slightly on top of it. He is definitely dead, Shannon.
Yeah, mostly he doesn't breathe. You jealous, Shannon?
Why'd you kill him?
Once he was useful. Thus he lived long enough to tell us the position of the Hespides. Under duress, I assure you. And thus his usefulness expired. And thus he died.
Meaning we're going diving, Shannon. Him, me, you, that dame, your equipment, your boat. Diving, splashing. Oh, I tell you, we'll have fun.
What do you think of it, Shannon?
Splashing too, huh? Well, the man's already said it. We'll have fun.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Feels good to have an old sea hand at your right hand, huh, Captain Shannon?
Couldn't live without it.
Hold the thought, kid, how you couldn't live without it. How you doing with the charts, Mr. Val?
I tried to eat them like you told me, Slate, but I don't know. I've lost my taste for old parchment. I'm just jaded, I guess.
Sailor Duval of the Able Body. The gun I hold on you don't make good sauce, does it, Candy Mouth?
Try me without it.
A promise I make to myself. Hey, Filippo, you've been gazing into the sea spaces long enough. Come up with something.
Wait! Wait! Portuguese key off port bow! Steady as she goes!
You made it, Captain. Now find the teeniest island, and I'll bet I'll find you a reef to moor my dreams to. Just like Dead Joey said.
Feel in your pockets, Danny boy, because you forgot something.
I got you, I got the charts, I got
everything but a diver. You broke Joe Cowan in two, remember? That makes this a twilight cruise. It's been fun, Danny boy, just like you said.
I remembered, Captain. I brought a diver.
Filippo? You won't send him down. He'd die before he found the gold.
Oh, Filippo found time to cry on your shoulder about his lungs, huh?
Yeah. Anyone else, it would have broken my heart.
I'll give you someone else. Shannon. And Shannon dives.
You're crazy. All I ever dove for was abalone or Santa Monica.
And 2-bit pieces off the shores of Manacora.
That's why I got Filippo, to give you hints. Go hit the sack, Captain. Come daybreak, you'll need all your strength.
Slate, I've been watching you. Mind if I watch from up close?
Don't make me talk, sailor. I want to save up on my breath.
You could do that better if you slept.
So they tell me.
You'll die, Slate. They'll use you to bring up the gold. Then they'll let you die.
The thought has occurred to me. Where are the playmates?
They're asleep.
Oh, don't you believe it, baby. Nobody sleeps on a night like this. Not you, not me, not them, nobody.
There must be a way. There must be.
I've been looking for it in the water, sailor. In the bright lights on the backs of the phosphorescent fish. So far, they haven't spelled out a word.
Try me, Slate. It's a word on my lips. Read it.
Yeah. Just the word I was looking for.
A very romantical picture you two make in the tropic moonlight.
What I tell you, sailor? Nobody sleeps.
You're wrong, Shannon.
Why'd you do that? He wasn't even...
Because I owed him one. Because he needs his sleep, Candy Mouth. Like I told him. I didn't think he'd need a gun butt to sing him a lullaby.
I'll kill you.
I could enjoy it from you. No? Just throw a blanket over him. I want him all tingly and refreshed in the morning.
Flake the air hose so it won't kink, Danny.
It's flaked.
You checked the air pump, the compressor?
10 times. I counted on my fingers.
The lifting gear, secure?
It's holding on for dear life.
How about me, Danny boy? Want to check me?
Filippo tells me you'll need a lifeline. I give it to you because Filippo tells me.
I'll never forget you for little things like this, Filippo.
The helmet, and we are ready.
Wait. Come back to me, Slate.
Are you crazy? Where else have I got to come back to?
Come on, Shannon. Stuff your head into the steel balloon.
Anything for you, Danny boy. Let's check the intercom, shall we? Just for kicks. Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, Shannon. Intercom okay. You are going over the side now. Okay, Danny. Shannon?
Yeah, Filippo, who'd you expect?
I give you your depth. Here comes 12 fathoms. Now.
Thanks a lot. Can't we go any faster? As long as I'm doing this, I'd like to have a little thrill.
Don't beg for it, it will come. You are safe at this speed, but no faster.
What's my depth now?
Here comes 14 fathoms. Now. How is it?
Never had it better. Lots of light, very blue.
How's your air?
Lovely. How's yours?
The ship, do you sight it?
Nothing. All I see is what's in front of my faceplate. I'm going round and round, real slow. The blue light, pretty tropical plants. It's a world apart, Filippo. You don't know what you're missing. Hey, hold me up, quick, hold me up.
Trouble?
Big trouble. A manta ray, a killer, is coming for me. Hold me up, up.
Shannon, if he's seen you, it's too late.
Up, up.
You have a knife, Shannon. Use it, use it.
It's you or me, killer. Okay, Shannon. Let's see how good you are against a manta ray.
There he is, Filippo. Give me a hand with him.
Be gentle with him, can't you?
It is touching, Miss Duval, your concern for perhaps a dead man. But you are in the way.
Yeah, let's get with that helmet.
Let me help.
As you wish it.
Breathing. Slate, speak to me. Are you all right?
How'd you get inside this manta ray, sailor?
So that blood that came to the top was the rays. I'm happy for you, Shannon. Take a small rest, then you will try the ocean again.
How is it down there, Shannon?
Good footing. Give me more line. I want plenty of slack in both my lines.
You heard him. Give him line.
Miss Duval.
What do you want?
Shut up.
There's something ahead. Wait.
What is it, Shannon? Shannon, what do you see? Can you hear me?
Give me that phone. Slate, what's the matter?
Hi, sailor. I found me a boat.
I will take it. The phone, Miss Duval.
It's the Hesperides, all right. There's the name.
Very good, Shannon. Can you get on deck?
Sure, she's lying on her side. Looks like the boat's split in the middle, amigo. Half of it's gone.
The gold was in the cabin. What of the gold?
Well, now take it easy, will you?
Shannon, the gold! Shannon!
You want gold, Filippo? I've got it.
Put it on the platform, friend of mine, and send it up to me. Do not be a fool. I can cut your airline.
One ingot at a time, Filippo, so I'll know I'll be alive for the next one.
Shannon, I will cut them.
No, you won't. Then you wouldn't know where your next ingot is coming from. Haul up the platform, amigo.
He didn't do so good, did he, Filippo? 6 lousy lumps of gold.
You should have your lumps like that every day.
Now, if I am correct, Shannon, you say we must return to Havana for more equipment.
That's right.
So, you two fellows drop us off at Havana, hire yourselves another boat, and go golding all by yourselves.
Get her, comedian. Go wash your face, comedian. It's dirty.
Come up forward, Shannon. I want to talk to you. Things, what we shall need to salvage the rest of that gold. Take the wheel, Danny.
Right.
First of all, we're going to need an awful lot of dynamite.
Hi, Danny. Want to wash my face for me?
Would you hold still?
If you were gentle. Are you gentle, Danny?
Want to try?
Think of what the rest of our passengers would say.
Yeah, they'd talk.
If they could, they would.
You kill me.
That's not the idea. I'm talking about Shannon.
Uh-huh.
Shannon will relieve Filippo at the wheel at 4 bells this morning. I'll wake Shannon. Stand at the wheel with him. Put my arms around him. Say something nice to him that'll make him warm. A knife in his back could put an end to it all. Maybe you can do the same to Filippo later.
If you're anxious for me, Candy Mouth, why don't I do it while he's asleep?
Take the chance if you want. But maybe Shannon won't sleep.
You're an education, baby. Something a man needs to get ahead.
Beautiful night, isn't it, Filippo?
Miss Duval, what are you doing here?
Right now, admiring the way you handle the wheel.
Get below. Wake Mr. Shannon. It is his turn at the wheel.
After all I've done for you, look what I brought you.
What?
Me and Slate's pea jacket. To keep you warm. Put on the jacket. Go ahead. Put it on.
Very well. Your sudden concern amazes me.
And my arm around your shoulder. What's your reaction to that?
Amazement.
Filippo.
Yes?
Hold me.
My dear.
Hold me. Hold me.
You set him up pretty, Candy Mouth. Hey, Candy Mouth, come back here. Okay, I'll throw him in the ocean myself.
Slate, are you up?
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't talk, just listen to me. Danny just stabbed Filippo. He thought it was you.
Let's get out of here. Get back on deck.
Hey, this is Filippo. You tricked me.
There he is, by the wheel.
Listen to me, sailor.
I'll get you, both of you.
Crawl forward along the starboard side, circle around and grab the wheel.
But he's standing there.
I'll draw him away from the wheel. When I yell, grab that wheel and spin it hard. And open up the throttle.
Aye, Skipper.
You looking for me, Danny?
Yeah, I am.
Come and get me.
That's what I'm doing. You're shark bait, Shannon.
Prove it to me.
Yeah, I will. I work good with a knife, you'll see.
Show me. Sail it! Where's your balance, kid?
Shannon!
So, you got no foundation. Sailor.
You're my boy.
I'll take the wheel now.
Let's pull up to the curb for a minute.
Later, sailor. When we get home.
Slate,
Yeah?
what are you looking like that for?
I'm trying to figure you, sailor. I'm trying to figure why you ran to the Cuban officials and told them where the Hesperides was located. And why did you give them those 6 gold ingots?
5 gold ingots.
Oh, you held one back. Show it to me.
I put it in my hope chest.
What else you got in your hope chest?
1 doily.
What kind of a hope chest is that? 1 doily and 1 gold ingot.
It'll build.
Come here, sailor. I did that even though you stole. I forgive you for it.
Come here, Slate. I forgive you, too.
For what?
I looked in my hope chest a few minutes ago. All I've got is 1 doily.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. Clint Barlow, his nephew Speed Gibson, and Barney Dunlap, all of the International Secret Police, are flying to Hong Kong in the China Clipper with orders from headquarters to capture the criminal, the Octopus, whose powerful crime organization, like the tentacles of a giant octopus, embraces the whole world. At the moment, our three friends in disguise are halfway to their goal, having just landed at Wake Island. They have already had trouble with spies of their enemy, but do not know that the Octopus has sent a renegade aviator, Splinters, in a fast bullet plane to Wake Island to kidnap Speed Gibson so that Clint will be detracted from his purpose. Meanwhile, a weather report has warned that a typhoon is heading out of Formosan waters. The Clipper passengers have been asked to remain indoors. We find Speed, Clint, and Barney restlessly pacing back and forth in their room at the Clipper Inn.
Gee, I wish we didn't have to stay inside. I'd sure like to see that special two-seater plane close. Wonder who it belongs to.
Yeah, I wonder too, Speed. I don't like the looks of her.
What do you mean, Clint?
Now, it's very unusual for any sort of plane to land at Wake Island excepting the Clipper ships. It's too far out. That little plane must have terrific power. I wonder why.
Maybe some guy's trying to break another record of some sort.
Maybe. I don't like the looks of it right at this time, especially on top of everything else that's happened.
You mean the jewel smuggler that tried to break into our room on Honolulu? And also that note from the Octopus that warned everyone at the table to lay off?
Yeah, I'm uneasy whenever we're off the Clipper ship. When we're on land, even in mid-ocean, the Octopus has a chance to strike.
I'd just like to see him start anything way out here.
Well, what courage you have, Grandma.
You jumped a mile, Barney.
Oh, me nerves are all shot. It's them Goonie birds, I think, or those other feathered things that moaned. I wish we were in China.
Don't worry, we soon will be. Remember your disguises now. Who is there, please?
Jean and Marcia.
Oh, just a second.
I hope we didn't disturb you. Just wanted to see if you had gone down to the lobby yet.
No, but we will now if you'll guarantee us your company, Miss Winfield.
Oh, try and get rid of us. When I asked for your protection until I could deliver Jean to her father in Hong Kong, I really meant it, Mr. Fletcher. And you've been so kind on the trip. I don't know how I can ever repay you.
Why, it's a pleasure, ma'am. Down in Texas, there's nothing we like to do better than protect women and children.
Well, if you and Earl are ready to leave the room and go down to the lobby, Monsieur Fletcher, I will lock the door.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Dorsey. Come along, Earl.
I'm coming, Pop.
There we are. I do not believe anyone can get in the room without our permission.
I hope not. Your experience in Honolulu was enough for one trip.
I should say so.
Mr. Fletcher, all of you, I don't know just how to say this, but ever since Earl rescued Jean from drowning at Waikiki, I've felt as if you three were our only friends. I've already told you that the Octopus has had a sinister influence on my life. I told you that because I trusted you and felt that all three of you are not quite what or who you appear to be.
Well, I do not understand what Mademoiselle means.
Oh, I'm not saying all this because of idle curiosity. I think you know that. Perhaps I'm trying to warn you. Oh, I don't know. It all sounds so silly when I try to put it into words. But that plane in the lagoon...
The bullet plane?
Yes. This afternoon, right after we arrived, Jean went down to the beach to look for some more shells. She found some right beside the plane. And while she was collecting them, the aviator came down, not seeing her since he entered the plane from the other side. And he put on his flying helmet, twisted some dials in front of him, and talked into a little round thing, giving
some sort of mixed-up letters and numbers.
Shortwave radio with earphones concealed in pockets in his flying helmet, just like the United States Navy uses for plane-to-ground communication.
Oh, Mademoiselle Jean, now think. Can you recall the letters and numbers he used?
No, Mr. Dorsey. But whatever station he was calling was in Hong Kong.
Hong Kong? Say, what about...
Oh, wait. Isn't that the aviator? There at the other end of the lobby?
Yes, that thing. He's watching us.
Doesn't look very mysterious to me.
Well, maybe we are attaching too much importance to him. Our staring has probably attracted his attention.
That's what I think. Look, there's the clipper captain over there. Let's go and ask him about this typhoon we've been hearing so much about and forget that flyer.
Very well. Are you coming, Earl?
I'd like to stay here and look at this case of shells, rocks, and stuff that have all been taken from this island, Mr. Dorsey.
Me too.
All right, but be sure and not go outside. Remember the typhoon warnings. Danger signals, Earl.
I get it, Mr. Dorsey. Don't worry.
And keep an eye on Jean, will you?
You bet, Miss Marcia. I wonder if that aviator's really trying to establish a new speed record between Guam and Wake.
What do you mean, Earl?
Monsieur Dorsey and Pop were asking about him right after we landed. Of course, you know that anybody who lands here is questioned by the authorities to find out why they landed. Because this is one of the government naval bases, and they don't want anyone around who hasn't got a good reason to be here.
I don't blame them.
This fella had good credentials, all right, but that doesn't mean anything. The criminal always makes sure he's protected that way when he's really up to something.
Why, Earl, you talk just like a detective.
No, I don't, Jean. But I am kind of curious, because I think that guy's way out here for something more than just a speed record.
I wouldn't be too curious, Earl. He looks like a villain to me.
A villain? You wouldn't know one if you saw him.
I would, too. And you better be careful of him.
Say, listen, I've got enough people telling me what to do with Pop and Monsieur Dorsey without you adding your bit.
All right. But let's look at these shells and things instead of that man. I think they're lots more interesting, don't you, Earl?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Sure. You're not looking at them at all.
I'm watching that aviator. He's coming over here.
Do you think we'd better tell your father and Mr. Dorsey?
No, they're busy now. And I'd like to talk to this guy. You go look at that map over there or something, will you, Jean?
No, I want to hear what you're going to ask him.
But, Jean...
Is it another mystery?
No, it isn't another mystery. Oh, hang around if you want. But let me do the talking.
Sure.
Hello, kids.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Saw you two coming off the clipper and was kind of interested in knowing how you liked the trip.
Oh, it was swell.
Like flying, huh?
Yeah, I do some of it myself.
You do? How old are you, kid?
15.
And I'm 12.
Imagine that. Kids your age flying over thousands of miles of water. And what'll you be doing when you get as old as me?
What are you doing?
Why... Oh, I'm trying to establish a new speed record between Guam and Wake Island.
Bet you could. We saw your plane during our landing. Looks plenty fast.
Would you like to see it close?
Oh, we couldn't do that. There's a typhoon heading this way.
Oh, we have time before that strikes. You can help me check a mooring. You'd better stay here, little girl, but your friend here and me will go to see to it and be back as quick as a wink.
That's a good idea. You wait here, Jean.
But, Earl, remember what Mr. Dorsey...
I know. If they should notice I'm gone, don't say where. I'll tell them all about it when I get back.
But supposing you don't get back?
What's going to stop me?
Come along, young fellow. If you want to take a look before the typhoon strikes, come on.
Earl, don't go. Please don't go, please.
So, you see, Mr. Fletcher, according to our calculations, Wake Island will not feel the full force of the typhoon. It will pass southwest of us. But for safety's sake, I want all my passengers to remain here in the hotel.
Good, that's fine. When do we eat, Captain?
Will the clipper be delayed in the takeoff for Guam, Monsieur le Capitaine?
Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Dorsey. We're in constant communication with Guam, and they say that the typhoon will be surely safely passed by the time we're ready to leave Wake.
Well, I guess I'd better be getting back to Jean. She's still over there by that case of rocks and shells. But I don't see your son around anywhere, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, he can't be far off. Let's mosey on over there. Thanks a lot for the information, Captain.
Yes, indeed. You're entirely welcome.
Monsieur Fletcher, the aviator is also missing.
What?
I certainly hope that we will find Earl somewhere about.
Oh, Jean will know where he is. Jean, honey.
Oh, Marcia, I'm so glad you've come. I'm getting sort of worried.
Worried? Why?
Earl went outside with that aviator that you were talking about.
Outside? Why? What did he tell you?
Why, Mr. Dorsey, you're not French anymore.
Never mind that, Jean. Why did he go after we told him not to?
The aviator wanted to show him the plane, that he could help him moor it better, too.
Oh, well, what's wrong?
Come on, let's get out there.
If we're not too late.
Oh, I don't understand, but if Earl's in trouble, shouldn't we ask for help?
No, we can't, not yet. Quick, let's get out the door before anyone tries to stop us. Miss Winfield, you wait here with Jean.
Hold everything. I'm going to open the door.
Oh, if I could only do something to help you.
I told Earl not to go.
Watch yourself, Barney. Everything that isn't fastened down is apt to go up in the air.
Help me shut this door.
Can you see anything of speed?
No, I can't even see the plane in this wind.
Well, come on. We got to get out the wall. Here, link arms with me. We'll have to fight this wind every inch if we expect to get down there.
Lean against it. Speed! Speed!
Save your breath. He couldn't hear us in this wind.
Clint, look! That column of water racing toward us.
The typhoon whirlwind. Down on your stomach, Barney. Down flat. It's our only chance.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. Speed Gibson, his uncle, Clint Barlow, and Barney Dunlap have twice foiled the attempts of spies of the dangerous criminal, the Octopus, to halt their coming to Hong Kong, China, where he has centered his smuggling activities. The Octopus has only begun to fight the three members of the International Secret Police, and knowing that they are traveling in disguise and are coming to China aboard the China Clipper, dispatches a renegade aviator known as Splinters to await the Clipper at Wake Island and kidnap Speed. In the last episode, you remember, the aviator managed to get Speed alone under the pretext of showing him his special bullet plane. The rising wind bespoke the typhoon which the Clipper weather stations forecast, and Clint and Barney discover Speed's disappearance and go out to look for him. The heart of the typhoon, a huge column of water, passes southwest of Wake Island, and the boys are forced to the ground by the terrific wind. But at last, with the worst of it over, we find them buffeted and gasping for breath.
Wow, that was a close call. I never want to be any closer to a typhoon than we was.
Forget about us. We've got to find Speed.
I can't see anything until I get some of this dirt out of my eyes. Think I got half of Wake Island.
Come on, hurry up. The Octopus has sent one of his thugs to kidnap Speed. I'll hunt him down if I have to tear Asia apart.
Take it easy, Clint. Don't let it get you. That's just what the Octopus wants. He thinks by kidnapping Speed, he'll throw you off the track and you'll hunt for the kid instead of him.
Yeah, come on, Barney. Let's go down. I want to get my hands on that aviator.
If the plane's still there. Clint, you don't think that rat would take off in a typhoon?
I'm not thinking until I know. We'll be able to see if the plane's there as soon as we get around the corner of the hotel.
Why did the kid ever leave the hotel in the first place? He knew that pilot was under suspicion.
He may have had some idea in the back of his head of learning what he was really up to. Why the dickens did I ever allow him to join the secret police? Why didn't I have sense enough to stand by my first decision?
Too late to talk about that now. Clint, the plane's still there. Still got its canvas covering on it.
Yes. Well, have your gun ready, Barney. We're not taking any chances with this fella.
You're darn tootin' we're not. He's moving around under the canvas.
Let's run for the plane and stay on the windward side. And keep well down until we get the lay of the land.
Okay, buddy.
Easy now. Easy. I'm going to rip back the canvas. You cover me with your gun, Barney.
Right.
You all set?
Yep. Let her rip.
Hey!
Suffering wang doodle. Speed.
Barney! Gee, you scared me when you ripped that canvas back like that.
We scared you? And what do you think you've been doing to us? We tried to walk through a typhoon to look for you. That's all. It's just a typhoon.
Gee, I'm sorry, Barney. I thought I was helping you guys out. Look.
Whoa. The mystery pilot.
And he's out cold as a cucumber.
Uh-huh. I gave him an uppercut.
You gave him a... Gee, what is this? Clint and me are supposed to be working on this case, too. And you're getting results single-handed.
I only did what I thought was right.
Well, for one thing, you disobeyed orders, Speed.
Yeah, Clint, but...
Now, no excuses. You disobeyed orders and ran a risk that might have upset all our plans. Had this man succeeded in kidnapping you, the octopus would have held all the winning cards. Now, how could I continue pursuing him with your life in danger?
I never thought of that, Clint. But I really wasn't in any danger. This guy didn't think I knew much, I guess, because he told me to get in the plane to look at the controls closer. And he started to climb in, but gave a quick look around first. That's when I hit him.
You sure gave him a good one, kid. He's sleeping as peaceful as a baby.
I didn't want to have any trouble with him while I was trying out this short-wave set of his. Isn't it a pip?
Now, wait, you keep that helmet off and come with me, Speed. Take out the prisoner, Barney. We'll carry him back to the hotel.
As a prisoner, Clint?
Yes, the mask's off. From now on, we're traveling not as the Fletchers and Pierre Dorsey, but as members of the International Secret Police. The octopus has shown only too clearly that he knows us for what we are.
But our disguises, Clint.
And you and Barney can forget them. But I'll still use most of mine, in looks only. Now, the fact that the octopus doesn't know how I really look may save our necks someday.
What about passports?
Chief Riley saw to that. I have 3 that will replace the ones we used under our assumed names. I'll have to do a lot of explaining to the Clipper officials, but our credentials will establish our identities. We'll have no trouble.
I hope not. We have enough octopus trouble without anything else added to it.
What about this plane and short-wave set, Clint?
We'll cover it up again until we have time enough to fully investigate the job. I believe that short-wave set may be one of the things that'll unlock the secret of the octopus.
I sure hope so. Hey, look. This plane's got a radio telegraph as well as a short-wave phone. This guy's equipped for everything.
A radio telegraph, huh? That means he's been picking up all the Clipper calls, too. Knowing their frequencies, he could listen to all their movements. Well, that's how he knew when we were to arrive at Wake Island, and whether we were going to lay over or not because of the typhoon.
Do you think so, Clint?
It's a guess, but I think it's pretty good. You know, the weather reports to the Clipper ships not only comes from all the stopovers, but from ships at sea to the south and north, and then from other Clipper planes, too. See, this man should have notes on these weather reports, and perhaps other data that might lead us to the octopus.
Gee, let's search him here.
Oh, and have the wind blow all the papers around, in case there are any? No, be silly.
Oh, then let's go back to the inn as soon as possible and give this guy the works. That is, if we can bring him around after that clip Speed gave him.
He's coming around already, Clint.
Yeah, so I see. Well, that's good. Now we won't have to carry him back to the inn.
Good is right. I'm getting more of a workout on this job than I ever got on anything else.
It's worth it, though, Barney. Anything's worth it that'll lead us to the octopus.
Master, you sent for me?
Yes, Quan Wu. I have just received word from Wake Island.
From the aviator Splinters?
No, from our other operator there. Splinters has been arrested.
Arrested? By whom?
Need you ask? Clint Barlow. Splinters, the clumsy fool, forgot that Speed Gibson has been trained by his uncle for the secret police. He attempted to kidnap him by the crudest of methods. Result? Speed knocked him out.
But it is an outrage. Such things cannot happen to the members of the octopus band.
Such things have happened and are happening, but they will happen no more. Ever since our persistent police left their headquarters in New York, I have attempted to turn them from their purpose, warn them by subtle methods. I will no longer attempt this. From now on, I will strike at them directly, if I must meet them face to face.
You would not do that, Master. No one has ever seen your face except me.
Correction, Quan Mu. No one but you has ever seen my face and known me to be the octopus.
True, but this Clint Barlow is clever. Your paths have crossed before. Perhaps he would recognize you. Perhaps his uncanny intuition would warn him of your identity, of danger.
I am not afraid of Barlow, Quan Wu. I respect his talents, but I do not fear them.
Yes, Master. And what is your next move to be?
Splinters, the aviator, is new in our organization. I do not believe that he has learned the value of silence.
You think he will talk?
Yes. He and my bullet plane must be removed before they tell any of my secrets to Barlow and to Speed Gibson.
And how is this to be accomplished?
That is up to my operator on Wake Island. I shall give the order to go ahead now over the shortwave radio. For very probably Barlow is questioning Splinters at this very minute.
Sit over here, Speed. I want you to be in on this questioning.
Okay, Clint. Where's Barney?
He's guarding the plane. Has one of the company men with him.
You expect the octopus has more spies on Wake Island than this one here?
I don't know, but I'm not taking any chances. Now then, let's see what our prisoner has to say. What's your name?
Splinters.
Splinters, huh? It's rather a new alias, isn't it?
I come when I hear it. That's all a name's good for anyhow.
Oh, I don't blame you for wanting to forget your other name, Ted Bailey.
Well, how did you know? Oh, what are you talking about?
I remembered a notice I once saw in the United States Naval Office. You were wanted for desertion.
Navy. And that's how he came to use that special flying helmet with earphone pockets. The United States Navy helmet.
Yes, Speed. Bailey deserted and took one of the planes with him. They found the plane later, cracked up, but the missing pilot was never located. Until now.
All right. Supposing I am Bailey. What are you going to do with me?
Send you back to America to face desertion charges and also attempted kidnapping.
You can't prove that kidnapping business.
Speed's testimony will prove plenty, Splinters. But let me remind you that nothing that awaits you in America will compare to the fate you'd suffer if the octopus can never lay hands on you again.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I don't know nothing about this octopus.
You know plenty, Splinters, and I want you to talk. Because the crimes you may have done in the past won't compare with the crime you will commit by not giving evidence against the octopus. He's not only an enemy of the United States, but an enemy of the whole world. I have an idea that you've seen samples of his terrorism.
I have nothing to say.
Where's the hangar you flew from? Where's your base of operations in Hong Kong?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why were you going to take me, Splinters?
Nowhere. I was just showing you the plane.
Oh, the story you tell of trying to break the speed record between Guam and Wake Islands is full of holes. You haven't been able to prove a thing. I've made inquiries. Guam never heard of you. Neither has Manila. Oh, come clean, Splinters. Don't have a false sense of loyalty to a man who won't turn a hand to help you if you're taken by the police.
It ain't loyalty, it's
fear. Fear, isn't it? Fear of what the octopus will do if you fail. You knew a typhoon was coming up when you attempted to kidnap Speed, and yet you dare fly into her, rather than face the revenge of the octopus if you fail to accomplish what he ordered you to do.
Yeah, Barlow, that's it. He said he'd torture me. I'd rather die in my plane clean and quick than go back to him and be tortured to death.
Then lead us to him, Splinters. Help us in our fight against the worst criminal ring of the 20th century, and return to the United States to face the music, knowing that you've done your bit to end crime.
Yeah, you're right. I'll tell.
Oh, look out! Someone broke the window!
He's come after me. He told me he'd get me, no matter where I was. Help me! Help me!
From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Coward.
One might have searched far and wide before finding a more complete antithesis of Tarzan's jungle than the New York penthouse of stockbroker William Dudley Pembler. And yet the paths of those who occupied the Park Avenue apartment were destined to cross that of the Lord of the Jungle. Already, as Pembler's nephew Harry toyed with the highball in his hand and watched his visitor nervously, fate was designing the blueprints for the meeting.
I asked you not to come here, Scarati.
Afraid your uncle will find out you keep bad company?
No, it's not that. It's just that... See here, Scarati, I'll get the money for you.
You said that 3 weeks ago. If the old bird's so fond of you, why don't you make him come across?
He doesn't approve of gambling. I have no other way of explaining why I need $30,000. But give me 2 months, and I'll walk right into your office with the money.
Yeah, sure.
Look, my uncle and I are going on a hunting trip to Africa, and when I get back, I'll have plenty of dough.
How come?
I overheard him talking to his lawyer on the phone last night. He told him something about changing his will, and later I heard him spell my name out.
And so on this little hunting trip, you'll see that his death comes a little sooner than he expects, huh? You don't have to answer that. I know your type. Only how do I know you won't decide to stay over there and Welsh on your dead?
No, really I won't.
Of course, there's one thing I could do about it. I might decide to come along.
No, you can't do that in the first place. That must be my uncle now. You'll have to get out of here. I'll think of something.
There's nothing to think about. Do I come along or do Unc and I have a little talk right now?
You come along. Only don't say anything about... Good evening, Uncle.
Hello, Harry.
This is Mr. Smith. He's a big game expert. He wants to go along with us on our trip.
Well, I think there might be room for 1 or 2 more.
I'll talk it over with Mr. Pembler tonight, Mr. Smith. I'll call you in the morning.
Okay.
Well, happy to know you, Smith. Perhaps we'll be seeing each other.
Could be.
I'll show you to the door.
I can find it, Harry.
Market closed strong today, Uncle?
Pretty fair. Say, if you want this fellow Smith along, Harry, it's all right with me.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Forget the sir, Harry. And forget the uncle business, too. If we're going to be buddies on this big game hunt, it'll have to be strictly Harry and Bill.
Well, that's swell with me, Bill.
It might interest you to know, Harry, that I took care of something with my lawyer today.
Oh? What was that?
I signed a new will. You're now administrator of my estate.
Administrator?
It'll pay you a small fee every month, and if by any chance you outlive Billy, you'll come into the whole estate. But the important thing is that I'll have someone I feel close to managing things. You know, Harry, I feel closer to you than I do to my own son.
Oh, come on now.
Well, it's true. I suppose it sounds strange to hear a father talk this way, but I'm ashamed of Billy, even that name. I was never called Billy in my whole life. It does fit him, though.
I guess that's what his mother always called him.
Well, I don't want to say anything against Helen, rest her soul, but she did mollycoddle the boy.
Well, I suppose it was natural, an only child.
That's no excuse. I was an only child, and I was always small for my age, but there wasn't a kid in the neighborhood I was afraid of. I took them all on. I was captain of my high school football team. I used to box fellows that outweighed me by 30 pounds, and I used to go duck hunting when it was 10 below zero.
You haven't been hunting until you've hunted in Africa.
That's what I mean, Harry. You're not a whole lot older than Billy, but you've been everywhere and you've done things. Hunted in Africa, learned how to fly a plane, all that stuff. You've got courage and, well, let's face it, Billy's a coward.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
It's true. I finally bullied him into trying out for his high school football team this afternoon, but I know he won't make it. One scrimmage was probably enough for him.
Are you in the study, Dad?
Yes, come on in, Billy.
Hi, cuz. I don't see any black eyes.
Maybe the bruises are where they don't show, huh, Billy? How did you do with the football tryouts?
I didn't report to the field, Dad.
Oh.
Well, gee, I can't help it if I'm not interested in football and stuff like that.
No, you're not interested in anything except music and art and the debating society. I wish I knew some way to make you more like Harry here.
Bill, how about taking Billy along with us to Africa?
I don't think I'd like that, Harry.
He didn't ask you, he asked me. And I think it's a swell idea.
But I wouldn't want to fire guns and kill animals and...
The more I think about it, the better I like it. Maybe it'll make a man out of you.
That's the angle, Bill. As the expression goes, it'll either cure him or kill him.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story. For some time, Tarzan had remained alone except for the company of wild beasts, and once again he longed for the companionship of humans. His path led him in the direction of the camp of the Punya tribe, for there he would see Torgo, the small native boy who was almost like a son to him. Suddenly, he stopped short. Before him on the ground was Wapi, the antelope, a small arrow through its heart. Tarzan glanced at the feather-tipped shaft in anger, and then he hastened his footsteps until he reached the Punya village.
Torgo! Torgo!
Torgo not here, Tarzan. Go with Mother to hunt diroots.
It is well for him, Pandego, for I am full of anger against him.
Tarzan angry against Torgo? Why?
I have considered him like a son, and yet he disregards my lessons. Just south of here, I saw Wapi, the antelope, on the ground, dead. He had Torgo's arrow in him.
Tarzan has taught Torgo to be good shooter of arrows.
I taught him so that he could kill for food or in self-defense, not so that he could destroy lives wantonly.
Torgo, good boy.
I cannot agree that he is a good boy. I shall have to find a new son.
Tarzan's disappointment in Torgo did not lessen his desire for human companionship. Someday he would find a boy whom he could raise with his own feeling for the other denizens of the jungle. The sound of rifle fire brought his thoughts to an abrupt ending. He took to the upper level of jungle growth, and in a matter of minutes he was directly over the hunting party from New York. He crouched in the fork of a tree, listening so that he could determine the nature of these strangers.
Next time I'll get the first shot in. None of this waiting for Billy to try his hand.
Can't say that I blame you for being sore, Harry. By the time we raised our guns, the critters were out of range. Why didn't you fire, Billy?
Those trees, they were in the way.
That's a lot of hokum. You had a perfect shot.
You see, Billy, even Mr. Smith is ashamed of you.
It's no use, Dad. I just can't kill animals.
You'll learn before we leave the jungle.
There are many better things to learn.
Hey, where'd you come from?
Gee, you jumped right down from the trees, didn't you?
Hey, put that gun down, Harry. He's probably got his whole tribe with him.
I'm alone. But it's well you lower your thunderstick. I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
What do you want, Tarzan?
Were I to come to your city, you might well ask me that question. But since you've come to my land, the question is mine. What do you want?
We're just on a little hunting trip, Tarzan. We mean no harm to you or anyone else.
Oh, that is well. How old are you, boy?
Me? I'm 16, almost.
You do not like to kill animals?
No, I don't.
Do you like it here in Tarzan's jungle?
I like the forest, the wonderful birds and the flowers.
He likes the flowers and the birds. Ain't that something for a kid?
He'll learn, or he isn't any son of mine. Before we leave here, he'll bag his share of animals. I wouldn't be surprised to see him knock off an elephant or a rhino.
You are the boy's father, and you encourage him to kill?
It's none of your business, Tarzan. But it so happens that the reason we brought Billy on this expedition was to cure him of being a coward.
Dad, why do you always keep saying that?
You seem to have chosen the wrong son, Tarmangani. Or else he has chosen the wrong father.
I don't like the idea of that guy Tarzan hanging around the camp.
He's not hanging around. He told Bill off, and then he disappeared in the trees.
He hasn't left. I saw him in the distance just after dinner.
Okay, so he's around. What difference does it make?
What difference does it make? The natives are bad enough. You want a white man walking into some court in Nairobi or Mombasa to tell you how you knocked off your uncle and your young cousin in order to get their money?
No one's going to see me when I do it.
Maybe you figure on backing out. Sure taking you long enough. You better get going and soon.
I'll do it. Only I'm picking my time carefully. One of these days I'll find Bill when no one else is around.
How about the kid?
Billy? I don't even think we'll have to do anything about him. The way he keeps wandering away from camp, nature may give us a helping hand.
What do you mean?
Did you hear a leopard in the distance a little while ago?
Yeah, but I've heard lots of leopards during the last few weeks.
Sure. But they sound different when they're hungry. That means they're stalking a kill. And when I last saw Billy, he was walking in the direction of that leopard.
Almost a mile from the camp, Billy walked aimlessly, his head down, tears streaking his face. He broke off a slender shaft of bamboo and used it as a whip against the sides of his boots. Occasionally, he saw a loose rock and kicked it along until it lost itself in the dense underbrush. His mind was busy, and he had no suspicion that Sheeta, the leopard, was close at hand. The stealthy animal glided along the ground, his body a low, narrow shaft of death. The boy paused to examine a strange jungle orchid, and Sheeta crouched lower, then sprang. Before his lethal talons could rip into the boy, a huge figure hurtled from an overhanging vine, and Tarzan's knife gleamed in the moonlight as it flashed downward.
Tarzan, watch out! He's wriggling free!
He won't get away!
Oh!
There!
You killed him. What are you doing? Why did you do that?
That was the victory cry of the bull ape. When I was a baby, an ape by the name of Kayla took me from my cradle to take the place of her own baby who had died. I was raised by Kayla, and much I do is because of the things she taught me.
That's how it is with me. My dad just doesn't understand. But my mother was against fighting and hunting and that sort of thing. She taught me to love the beautiful things in life.
Of course, if you walk in the jungle alone at night, you'll not live long enough to enjoy the beautiful things of life.
I don't care whether I live or not. My father thinks I'm a coward.
Oh? Are you?
I don't know. I don't like fighting.
Well, that doesn't make you a coward. I dislike fighting, but I do fight when it is necessary to protect myself or to save the life of a friend.
I didn't thank you for saving my life.
No, words are not necessary, particularly when I saved only that for which you care so little.
Maybe I didn't exactly mean that.
No, Tarzan knows what you mean. You would like life if those around you were kinder to you. Well, there's something you could do about that. You could find new friends, a new father. Perhaps you could come to Tarzan's home as his son.
I couldn't do that. I can't leave now. My dad's in danger.
In danger?
My cousin Harry and the man he calls Smith intend to kill my father and then me.
What?
I overheard them talking one night. They didn't know I was listening. It was late. Harry called Smith by a different name, and he told him he'd pay him some money he owed him as soon as they killed Dad and me.
Well, did you tell your father this?
No. He would have said I made it up because I don't like Harry and was afraid.
Well, are you afraid?
Yes.
The admission is a sign of courage. Billy, I shall return to your camp with you. Before your cousin Harry and Smith can kill your father and you, they shall have to kill Tarzan first.
That's Dad there, standing by the fire. I guess he couldn't sleep.
Now, let's not say anything to him about what you overheard or why I've come to stay in your camp.
Dad'll be glad to have you. But Harry's...
Shh, quiet.
Harry, he's sneaking out of his tent. He has his rifle with him. Look, he's pointing at Dad's back.
Stay here.
What happened? Harry! Tarzan!
I knocked his gun out of his hand before he had a chance to shoot you in the back.
Shoot me in the back? Harry? You crazy, meddling fool. I saw a lion just beyond Bill. I didn't want to alarm him. I thought it might spring if he moved.
I did not catch the scent of Numa the lion. Where did the animal go?
I guess it ran off. I guess it's time for me to turn in.
I'm sure you meant well, Tarzan, but Harry certainly had no intention of shooting at me.
Are you all right, Dad?
Billy, I thought you were asleep hours ago.
I was talking to Tarzan. He'd like to join our party.
I could be most helpful as a guide, Mr. Pembler.
Good. Name your price, and I shall be happy to meet it. It's easy to see that you know this jungle better than...
I don't like it, I tell you. How can you trust a white man who lives in the jungle like some black savage?
He might be very useful.
How do you make that out?
You said something a while back about a court in Nairobi or Mombasa. I think maybe I'll visit one of those courts when I leave the jungle. I can report in great sadness that my beloved uncle and my darling little cousin had been murdered by Tarzan.
Back to Tarzan and the Coward in just a moment. And so Tarzan remained with the Pembler hunting party. Bill Pembler looked upon the jungle giant with frank admiration, Billy with open adoration, and the other two men with thinly veiled hatred.
If you know so much about this district, Tarzan, why don't you scare up some big game for us?
Yeah, how about some of them rhinoceroses?
I shall scout the countryside. They usually remain in the colder climates north of here, but perhaps I can find an isolated herd. Come, Billy. We'll see if we can locate some targets for your bloodthirsty friends.
Is it okay to go with Tarzan, Dad?
Sure. Maybe he can teach you a little bravery.
We will change that, Billy. We have two things to do now. Protect your father and change his opinion of you.
Do you think it's safe to go off and leave him with those two?
They're not alone. Last night while the camp slept, I visited the kraal of my friends, the Punyas. No less than a dozen Punya warriors watch out for your father at all times now.
Gee, you're wonderful, Tarzan.
It's good for you to think that. A son should admire his father, and a father his son. Perhaps, Billy, you may decide to remain in the jungle.
Where are we going now? To look for rhinos?
In due time. First, I shall show you my jungle, or at least a little part of it. I shall lead you over the upper level of jungle growth where the apes travel. I shall instruct you in the art of the bow and arrow. And I shall show you the hidden lagoon where I swim. You like to swim, Billy?
I've always been afraid of swimming.
Well, with Tarzan, you'll not be afraid. It's enough, Billy. True to the sun sinks in the heaven.
One more dive.
All right, one more dive.
I almost took bottom that time.
Come on. Up you go. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. Whew. Are there really pearls in the bottom of the lagoon, Tarzan?
No, not really. I first made up that story when I was persuading a little native boy to dive. Come, we better get into our clothes.
It is getting chilly. The sun goes down quickly in the jungle.
That's because we're near the equator. Here there's little dawn or dusk. Billy? Have you been near my clothes?
Near your clothes? No.
My knife has been removed from its sheath.
Tarzan and Billy dressed quickly and headed back for the camp. Tarzan's mind dwelled on the loss of his knife. It had little intrinsic value, even in the jungle. Its theft could mean only one thing. Someone intended to commit murder with the weapon and blame Tarzan for the crime. When the camp retired that night, Tarzan took up a vigil near the tent of Bill Pembler. And what he had anticipated came to pass. Harry crept from his tent and approached that of his uncle. Tarzan's knife glistened in Harry's hand. He was about to enter the tent when his upraised arm was grasped in a grip of steel.
You savage!
Yes, I am a savage. And you represent the civilized man, huh? Perhaps savagery is best.
I'll show you.
I would not advise attacking me. That would not be courage. It would be suicide.
Look, I can explain this.
You may save your explanation. I'm sure you heard a lion about to enter the camp, and you were on your way to kill him with my knife.
I found the knife.
I know you did, in its sheath. That was courageous of you to steal it. Well, you shall have your chance to prove your courage. Tomorrow I shall lead you to the tarbuto, the white rhinoceros, the most ferocious of its kind.
Are you awake, Scoretti?
Yeah, I'm awake. Only you better remember that my name's Smith. What time is it?
It's early, but we'll be breaking camp soon to find the rhinos, and I wanted to talk to you.
What about?
About Tarzan. He's getting wise.
Has he said anything to your uncle?
No, I don't think so, but we can't risk having him around much longer. Now, I have a plan.
Oh, you and your plans.
This one ought to work.
Go on.
When and if we spot the rhinos, I'll go ahead. I'll get Bill to stick with me, and I'll make sure he lands in the path of one of those man-killers.
So?
Tarzan will come running up. That's where you come in. You'll be hanging back, and you'll have your telescopic sight trained on him. With those two dead, we can take care of the kid.
Maybe you got something there. Maybe you got something.
Well, we've about reached our destination. The white rhinos are near here.
I don't see nothing.
Do you see this bed of dry dust?
Looks like fine sand to me.
It is alkali. The white rhinoceros isn't really white at all. He's just a little lighter in color than the black rhino. But he loves to roll in this dust when he comes from the water.
And the alkali dust makes him look white?
That's right. When it hardens, it looks almost pure white in some lights.
Okay, that's enough of the nature study lecture. Let's get going.
I think that's very interesting, Mr. Smith. Let's not be impatient.
I'm impatient too, Bill. Let's find him.
It's best to wait until we locate the herd by the oxpeckers.
Now, what kind of a fable are we going to hear?
I hesitate to give you another lecture, but the oxpeckers or rhino birds are the surest omens of the animal we seek. They ride on the backs of the rhinos, picking off ticks. But if we see them, make no noise, for they often warn the rhinos of the approach of the hunter.
Hey, Tarzan, would those be oxpeckers over there? Way over by that big hill?
You're developing eyes suitable for the jungle, Billy. A quiet man we must approach with caution.
I'll go ahead. Come on, Billy. Tarzan and Smith can bring up the rear.
Well, there they are.
A whole herd of them. This is worth coming to Africa for.
Come on, Bill.
Got your gun ready, Billy?
I don't think I could fire it.
Aren't you going to follow them, Smith?
I'll stay a little back and cover them with my gun in case of trouble.
Even with those 4-foot horns, the rhinos stand little chance against the Tarmangani's thundersticks. You coming, Billy?
I'll be along soon.
We can't get a shot at them when they're half submerged in the water. Maybe if I stand on the bank, I can make one of them charge toward me. Then we can both get a good shot, Bill.
It's risky, Harry.
So's life. Come on.
Look, Harry and Dad. They're almost beside the rhinos. Where's Tarzan?
Probably got scared and took to the trees.
Look, one of them's charging Harry. Oh, he's gone down under it. The rhino's killing Harry. Oh, now it's turning on Dad. Smith, what are you doing? Where are you aiming? No, you don't.
What happened? Where am I?
You're safe in the forest, Mr. Pembler. Harry's dead, and so is Mr. Smith.
Smith, too? I don't remember what happened.
Yes, you lost consciousness. I was too late to save Harry from the rhino, but I managed to pull you away just in time.
And where was Smith?
Back in the trees, getting a good beat on you through his telescopic sight. You see, Harry and he had been plotting to kill you for a long time. Smith's real name was Scarati. He told us that and a lot more before he died.
But if he was all the way back where we left him, how did the rhinos kill him?
They didn't. Billy shot him when he saw that his father's life was at stake.
Billy? You used a gun?
Yes, Dad.
He was not afraid when it was important to fight. You see, there are all sorts of courage, Mr. Pembler. All sorts of cowardice, too. Harry was afraid to tell you he owed money, yet he possessed the type of false courage that led to his death. All his life, Scarati lacked the courage to work for an honest living. And you lack the courage to accept a son you cannot understand because he's different from you. I have invited Billy to remain here in the jungle as my son.
Do you want to stay here with Tarzan, Billy?
Well, you're my real dad, but if you don't want me...
I do want you, son. I want you, and I'm proud of you. I know now that you're as courageous as Tarzan here. And you won't have to prove it by killing animals or leaping from tree to tree.
In just a moment, we'll return to tell you about our next story. Our next next story is called The Female of the Species. In the story, Tarzan acquires a new friend, a most amusing parrot, and he also acquires new enemies, a tribe of vicious female warriors who lure Tarzan to their jungle city, capture him, inflict murderous torture upon him, and prove without a doubt that the female of the species is more deadly than the male.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edge of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the Whisperer's real identity is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now she watches as Philip Gault, using his Whisperer's voice, reports to his superiors in the syndicate.
Central City reporting.
Go ahead, Central City.
Instructions given to Saugus.
Report back when mission is accomplished.
What has Tony Powers done to the syndicate?
Tony?
I know him very well. He's almost like a father to me. His daughter Margaret and I grew up together. Why are they after him?
Well, Ellen, he's a man of great courage and integrity. And as chairman of the Liquor Control Board, he sees to it that no syndicate underling gets a liquor license.
And they don't like that.
Well, Mr. Powers' successor is already in the pay of the syndicate. When the new man in charge, they own most of the licenses.
Why the time element? Why must it be done by 6 o'clock?
Ellen, in our state, one license is issued for every 2,000 persons. The syndicate is lobbying a bill through the legislature to reduce this number to one license for every 500 people.
No, which, of course, would go to their men.
Yes. Anthony Powers is leaving for the capital tomorrow night. He has enough influence to defeat the bill.
So another honest man is to die so that crooks can reap more dishonest dollars.
Unless we can find a way to stop them.
Phil, it's horrible the way that octopus of crime is invading every phase of our lives.
And will continue to until an aroused and enlightened public decides to safeguard their welfare and that of their children.
Yes, especially their children. Every paper is filled with the stories of juvenile dope addiction.
And that's the most frightening internal menace of our time, Ellen. I'm afraid it'll continue until each parent awakens to the realization that his son and his daughter are actually targets.
Well, if I were a parent, I'd make a definite point to educate them to the inevitable wreckage of addiction.
And I'd go a step farther. I'd make certain that within the realm of possibility, I'd always know where they were and with whom and what they were doing.
My mother's 11 o'clock curfew used to irk me, but most parental supervision would cut down on several things which corrode and destroy during the recklessness of adolescence. Oh, Phil, I wish you were out of the whole stinking mess.
Ellen.
I know your association with the syndicate enables you to fight it, but...
Now, we'd better do something to safeguard Anthony Powell if we can.
Will they try intimidation first?
Yes. Even the syndicate shies from murder unless absolutely necessary.
If they try intimidation, they'll probably include Margaret in their plans. She's the only family he has, and he adores her.
Ellen, you've just made a job for yourself. Phone Margaret. Tell her you've missed her. Invite her for lunch. Anything that will enable you to spend the day with her. Do you have her phone number?
I've called it 1,000,000 times.
Well, here. Make it 1,000,001.
Since you're sending me out to be a clay pigeon, perhaps we'd better make it a shopping tour. It'll give me a chance to buy Maggie a new horoscope. She dotes on astrology.
Hello?
Is this a good day or a bad day?
A good one, but my horoscope says to beware of old friends. Who is this?
Ellen Norris.
Ellen, I haven't seen you in years. Dad and I were talking about you just last night. What prompted this wonderful surprise?
I suddenly had the urge to see you. Are you free for lunch?
Yes. In fact, I planned a shopping tour this afternoon. We'll make it a day, huh? And try on absurd hats at outrageous prices which we wouldn't be caught dead.
Sounds like fun.
Give me an hour and then meet me at Jason's.
I'll be there.
Bye-bye.
Everything's set.
Good. Now stay with her and wangle an invitation for dinner if possible. Being a woman, you should have no trouble in carrying on a running conversation for 7 or 8 hours. Now, I'll call Powers and warn him to take precautions.
Anthony Powers.
Mr. Powers, the syndicate has marked you for death.
Isn't 2 calls in an hour rather putting it on thick?
If you resign...
I don't know you or the other man who called, but I do know whom you represent. And you can tell the scum that hires you that I don't scare and I can't be bought.
He hung up. Saugus had already called him, Ellen. Now, while you're getting ready for lunch, I'll invent a mythical client who has 1,000,000 questions to ask about applying for a liquor license. I'll give Anthony Powers a bodyguard without his knowing it. Mr. Powers?
Come in, Gold. Come in.
Thank you.
As I told you when you phoned for an appointment, I'm busy trying to get off to the capital tonight.
Well, I'm sorry to intrude, but you'll be gone several days, and my client is impatient.
We'll go into the library.
Oh, Dad. Dad, guess who called for lunch?
I've no idea. My dear, this is Mr. Galt. My daughter, Margaret.
How do you do?
It's my pleasure. May I presume on a short acquaintance and tell you who your luncheon companion will be?
Why, of course.
Ellen Norris.
How did you know that?
Oh, it's written in the stars.
Are you interested in astrology? I was born under the sign of Capricorn.
I was born under Sagittarius.
And I was born under the sign of Pica, the boo.
Oh. Dad is not impressed by horoscopes. Do you know Ellen?
My dearest friend. She told me she was lunching with you.
Oh, Dad, your train doesn't leave until 10. I'd like to have Ellen and Mr. Galt to dinner if you don't mind.
If you'll excuse a hasty departure.
Delighted.
Cocktails at 7-ish, huh? Oh, I must run or I'll be late.
Goodbye, Margaret.
Bye.
Drive carefully. As if she would. Have a seat, Galt.
Oh, thanks.
I've heard you in court several times. Wanted to meet you before now. Wish we had more time to get acquainted. Drink?
No, thanks. Before launching into the business of my client, what are the chances of this bill being lobbied through the legislature?
Once I reach the Capitol, I can defeat it.
And if something happened to you?
I've already had 2 phone calls today threatening me.
Oh? In your place, I'd take them seriously.
They'd never dare make an attempt on my life. The resulting publicity and investigation would endanger the syndicate. Why, they'd never dare harm...
Down! Get down!
No need to. He missed.
But the second time
There won't be a second time. That was intended to frighten me.
That shot must have come from that wooded section.
Undoubtedly.
Since it lies between this house and the city, whoever fired the shot is probably on his way into town.
Pursuit is useless.
However, if we made inquiries...
Excuse me. Hello?
That was just a sample. You want any more?
If you think your cheap tactics will cause my resignation...
Oh, tough boy, huh? Okay, Powers, you ask for it and you'll get it.
Powers, if that shot was fired from the woods, where could the killer find a phone so quickly?
Around the bend of the road, there's a filling station.
Well, come on. If the attendant remembers seeing him, we'll at least have some idea of his identity.
Welcome. Fill her up?
Nothing, thanks.
Okay, I'll clean your windshield. Hey, how about a complete service today? Lubrication, wash job, front wheel repacked, upholstery dusted, battery water checked, new air put in your tires for only $7.95.
No, thank you. We only
you better have it. You save $4 that way. Hey, how about filling the tank?
This is important.
Well, you think selling gas ain't? How far would this baby run if nobody sold
Shut up.
Huh?
I said shut up.
Oh, hi,
Hiya, Mr. Powers. Didn't recognize you. You usually come in that old wreck.
Never mind. Now, about 3 minutes before we drove in here, an hour ago, a man stopped, made a phone call, and left.
Well, how do you know? You an astrologist? Hey, I was born under the sign of...
Taurus the bull.
Yeah.
But tell me about this man.
Oh, you tell me. He's your guy.
What do you look like?
Well, he was, kind of medium.
Medium height, medium weight, medium width, medium what?
Oh, just medium.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Oh, look, mister, I don't miss much.
Then you would know him.
No.
What model car was he driving?
47.
47 coupe, 47 sedan, 47 convertible, 47 what?
47 car.
Oh, great. What color?
Color?
Blue, green, red, two-toned?
No, none of them. No, I think it was...
Was what?
Dirty. Yeah, I remember trying to sell him a wash job.
Young man, a woman's life depends upon you remembering these things.
Well, gosh, Mr. Powers, I'm sorry, but... Hey, why don't you ask your daughter?
Why? What has Margaret got to do with this?
Well, she passed by right after this guy phoned, see? He asked me if that wasn't Margaret Powers, and I said yes, and then he tore out of here right on... Hey, don't forget me now if you ever want to complain further.
We're having lunch at Jason's.
Open it up, Galt. I'll fix any tickets we get. Margaret's my one weakness, and they know it. There's only one thing in the world which could make me resign. Her safety.
While Phil and Anthony Powers speed toward the restaurant, Margaret Powers, unaware that she is being followed by Saugus, enters the fashionable cafe.
Ellen, you look wonderful. Just like you stepped out of the pages of Harper's.
I bought this suit the year Harper's was founded. Oh, Maggie, it's good to see you. The last time was the night we split a blind date.
As I remember it, they deserved an even worse fate. Famished?
I'm too excited to be hungry.
Oh, well, then let's window shop until we work up an appetite, huh?
Okay.
There's a certain sales girl I enjoy in Southern.
Same old Maggie. Oh, I'm glad we're doing this.
So am I.
Let's window shop the Harms. Their $200 wash presses are on sale for $99.50.
Now, one of my dearest friends has one. It resembles a warmed-over potato sack.
Imported, of course.
Incidentally, I like your Mr. Galt.
Phil? Oh, where did you run into him?
He's out at the house. Oh, let's go in here. They've got the most wonderful freckle cream. It makes fried freckles look like boiled freckles.
Just so they aren't rare.
Mr. Galt mentioned that you were friends, so I invited him to dinner tonight.
Oh?
Using you as a lure, I said you'd be there.
Oh.
You like him?
Very much.
Oh, look, a clearance on stoves.
Only $3.98.
That's a steal on stoves. Only I don't need one. Well, let's go see Miss Mudpack.
Miss Mudpack?
Yes, she demonstrates facial mud, and I detest her. So every time I come in, I insist that she demonstrate it. When her face is all covered, I decide not to buy.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ellen, look at this. Oh.
Pardon me, I was following too closely on your heels.
You're the man who followed me into the parking lot.
I assure you I've followed much worse, but you're mistaken.
Oh, no, I'm not. You almost took my bumper.
My dear young lady, you're mistaken. Now, you must excuse me.
Oh, not bad.
Margaret, do you really think he's following you?
Oh, I hope so. Next to buying a new hat, nothing gives the lift.
But if he came here from the parking lot...
Relax, honey. Just coincidence. Don't get excited.
Excited? Why, I guess it's foolish. Let's forget it.
I think I resent your implication. After all, my equipment isn't so bad.
Oh, Maggie, you'll never change.
Oh, Ellie, I've had a wonderful brainstorm. It's such a wonderful day. Let's get my wonderful car and drive out to the wonderful country casino for lunch.
Wonderful.
I'm parked just around the corner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, you wouldn't bump into people if you stopped looking behind you.
I'm expecting my dark past to overtake me.
You're much too young to have accumulated a past.
I thought I saw someone I recognized.
Someone I know?
No, it's someone I don't think you'd care to know.
A few minutes later, Anthony Powers and Philip Galt double park in front of Chasen's. Phil runs quickly into the restaurant and almost as quickly returns to the car.
She wasn't there. They met in the lobby and then went somewhere else.
Trying to find them in this shopping crowd would be almost impossible.
Yeah, that's in our favor. Killer will either lose her in the crowd or be unable to get close enough to harm her and still make his getaway.
Galt, shall I call in the police?
Whatever you think best. It might force his hand.
Is she in real danger?
I don't know, Powers. I can't answer that.
Relax, Ellen. You're wearing out my rearview mirror.
Oh, was I doing that?
You were, but you didn't think I was watching you.
Just a habit.
No, I don't think it is. For some reason, you're afraid of that car that's been following us for the last 10 minutes.
Maggie.
I'm not stupid, Ellen. If for any reason I'm in danger, tell me about it. Give me a chance to defend myself.
Maggie, I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look at it this way. You call after years of silence. A man bumps into me. You become excited and keep looking behind you. If you're not afraid for me, then it leaves only one other thought. A very unpleasant one.
What?
You're spotting me for whoever is or should be following us.
Maggie, I give you my word that isn't true. I wouldn't do... Oh,
what is it?
That car behind us is speeded up.
Why, it's the man from the department store.
Oh, this is too much coincidence. Turn up the side street, quickly.
He's turning too.
I don't like this. Maggie, pull over to the curb.
Well, it's too late for that.
And throw on the brakes and duck.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living a dual role. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, has ordered the syndicate's imported killer Saugus to force Anthony Powers to resign from the Liquor Control Board. If Powers refuses to resign, then Saugus is to kill Powers. In his campaign of intimidation, Saugus has fired a burst of machine gun bullets into the car driven by Margaret Powers.
Maggie, are you all right?
I'm wiggling my fingers and toes. They say if they work, you're alive.
Let me know how you come out.
My horoscope was right. I should be aware of old friends. Ellen, how did you know this was going to happen?
Oh, Maggie, I didn't. Believe me. When you bumped into that man, I had a hunch. I watched and saw him follow it.
I see. The syndicate again. They hate my father. Well, what now?
Oh, let's venture out, and if our undercarriage doesn't fold, we'll put in a call to Phil and your dad.
Galt, if Margaret isn't here, I'm calling in the police.
I think that's very wise. Perhaps that's her.
For news that she's been...
Steady.
Hello?
Dad?
Margaret, are you safe?
Oh, I'm shaken and bruised. How did you know about the accident?
I'll tell you later. Was Ellen injured?
Oh, no. She wants to talk to Mr. Galt.
All right. Ellen wants to talk to you.
Right. Hello, Ellen.
Yes, Phil.
What happened?
He followed us and shot at us with a machine gun.
The car was wrecked?
Yes.
Where are you now?
At a residence at the corner of Elm and Ackerd.
Well, don't either of you move until we get there.
Dynamite couldn't move me until you get here.
We'll go in your car, Galt.
Let's take two cars. As soon as I pick up Ellen, I want to get to my office.
All right, I'll just... Now, who is that?
Probably the syndicate.
Shall I answer it?
I would.
Hello?
Been trying to reach you, Powers. The line was busy.
If you harm a hair on my daughter's head...
Powers, you've had two friendly warnings. Get smart, resign.
No.
All right, then buy your daughter a coffin.
Wait. Give me time to think it over.
That's better. I'll call you back in an hour.
Galt, I'm a coward. I can't sacrifice my daughter's life. I'll resign.
Are you phoning the papers?
Yes.
Give me an hour, Powers. Just 1 hour. Maybe I can figure an angle.
What can you do?
Give me an hour.
All right. 1 hour. No more. But, Galt, I don't think it'll do any good.
Phil, I don't care what he says. Tony Powers is not a coward. Why, he holds our nation's second highest award for bravery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He served under Ridgway in World War I. Margaret and I used to play Red Cross nurse, and we'd decorate the boy heroes by reading the citation and pinning the medal on their chest.
Ellen, if you don't mind, I'm racking my brain.
I can't help it, Phil. Your dirty syndicate has won this fight, and a wonderful man's entire life is crashing around his head.
Ellen, who did you say he served under?
Ridgway.
Ridgway. Ellen, I've got an idea. Before we go into my office, count under your breath when I say go. When you think 15 seconds have elapsed, say time.
What?
It's important.
All right.
Go.
1, 2, 3, time?
11 seconds. Come on.
What's it all about?
You speed it up.
I've played that before. Everyone speeds up.
I gotta call the syndicate.
What's it all about?
They can't kill Margaret. Powers would never stop fighting them. So he is their real target. Operator, New York, circle 1798. Saugus must strike tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. For if Powers reaches the capital, he can table that bill indefinitely. Now I think I know how we can remove Saugus permanently from the scene. Shh.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
All attempts to intimidate Powers have failed.
Go on.
Powers and daughter are staying on the second floor of their home under heavy guard.
Can machine gun be brought to bear on level trajectory?
Impossible to use machine gun.
Well, what do you suggest?
Tonight, Anthony Powers will have 2 guests for dinner. At exactly 8 o'clock, the French doors upstairs will be opened.
How does this help Saugus?
A hand grenade tossed through the French doors will kill everybody in the room.
Congratulations, Central City. Saugus will be so instructed.
Phil, you really fixed it. Now, instead of one person getting killed, we all get.
Now, hurry, Ellen. We've got exactly 20 minutes to get back to Powers and ask his cooperation.
Dad's in the library.
Has anyone phoned, Margaret?
All the newspapers and wire services.
After you, Ellen.
Galt, I was afraid you weren't going to make it. The answer is due in 5 minutes.
I have a plan, but first an experiment. While I hold my watch, you and Margaret count under your breath. When you think 15 seconds have elapsed, say time.
Galt, you're no fool. There's a reason.
Yes.
You ready, Margaret?
I'm ready.
Get set. Go.
Time.
9 seconds.
Time.
11 seconds.
So?
Mr. Powers, you served in World War I.
I did.
Handle hand grenades?
Yes, of course.
What is a grenade's greatest danger?
Well, that you'll throw it too soon and the enemy will grab it, toss it back, and kill you with your own grenade.
Don't they explode on contact?
No, Ellen. They're detonated by a time mechanism. A certain number of seconds after the pin is pulled.
I know all this, Galt.
If a man is tossing a grenade which explodes in 8 seconds, he'll have an even greater tendency than you just had to rush his count.
Go on.
To explode at, say, 8 seconds, he must throw it on the count of 6. He'll probably toss it on the count of 3.5 or 4. Now, if the enemy, in this case ourselves, were waiting, caught it, there'd be a possible 4 seconds in which to toss it back.
Oh, but that's fantastic.
No, it isn't either. As an infantryman, I know. Go on.
Since intimidation failed, you, Mr. Powers, are the prime target of the syndicate. Now, if you live through the night, if the killer is destroyed, you can be winning the fight at the Capitol before they can get another murderer to take his place. Now, will you gamble your life on your reflexes and mine?
Galt, I'd gamble, but if the grenade were dropped...
Only you and I take the risk.
There's a hole in your theory a mile wide.
What is it, Dad?
The murderer's known preference for machine guns. He'd never fool with a grenade. Oh, the hour is up. I'll tell the syndicate they've won. I'm resigning.
Dad, you can't do it. I won't let you. I'd rather be dead than live in a country controlled by gangsters.
Don't answer it, Powers.
But
let him ring. Mr. Powers, lawyers, like doctors and newspaper reporters, have sources of underworld information that are unimpeachable.
What do you mean?
Since I left here this afternoon, I know that a grenade is to be thrown into your upstairs dining room at 8 o'clock.
How do you know?
I can't reveal my source, but I'll stand right beside you and bet my life that the information is true.
I can't take the chance. Margaret and Ellen...
No harm will come to Ellen or Margaret. Take the chance with me. If we win, the entire state benefits.
All right. I'll do it.
You took your own sweet time answering. What's it gonna be, Powers?
Tell the syndicate they know where they can go.
That's final?
Very final.
It's your funeral.
Well, Galt, we've committed ourselves.
Shake?
Shake. I've always wondered how a guinea pig feels.
We'll know for certain tonight.
Phil, Margaret said I'd find you up here in the dining room.
I wanted to recheck our plans for any slip-up.
I wanted to talk to you before dinner.
Sit here, my dear.
You know, of course, that an hour from now
I know.
Phil, if anything happened to you, I think I'd die.
Ellen, There's something I'd like to say to you. You've afforded me.
Galt, I'd like to run through it just one more time.
Well...
Can't be too careful, you know. Now, let's see. Ellen, what do you do?
Margaret and I excuse ourselves after dessert and go into the library.
Then we push our chairs back and you offer me a cigar. I accept.
We walk to the end of the table and you light my cigar.
Then we stroll to the French doors and I open them.
Yes. Then I stop in the center of this one and you stop in the other. It's getting dark already.
Yes. The killer will probably make his way to that oleander bush.
You mean where that shadow just moved?
Shadow?
Look out! Catch it! Grab it!
I'll get it! Hurry! This is a rock.
I threw it. I wanted to test your reaction.
Oh.
I wanted to see if either of you could catch it under strain.
But Margaret will be expecting the grenade.
But you won't know at what second he'll throw it.
Is there a porch light down there?
Yes.
Well, leave it on, Margaret. I didn't even see that rock until it was already past me.
Phil, I hope you don't make the same mistake twice.
Ellen, you must make a pretense of eating.
I can't. This dessert is choking me.
And you too, Margaret. This must appear to be a normal dinner party.
2 minutes of 8.
Phil.
Margaret, you rise.
No, I...
Do as he says. Steady, dear.
Now you, Ellen. That's it. Smile at us.
Good girls. Now chat as you walk into the library. Galt, care for a cigar?
Thank you. Excellent Havana. I'll light yours for you. Now, stroll to the French doors. Keep your eye on the oleander.
I will.
Now the doors.
Beautiful night. You see him?
Indeed it is. Nothing move but that bush. Watch it. Watch it. Here it comes.
Grab it.
I got it.
You dropped it. Quick, grab it. Throw it back.
Phil, Dad. Oh, Dad. Oh, thank God. Phil.
There, dear. Cry if it'll make you feel better.
Ellen, it's all over. Everything's all right.
Oh, Galt.
Yes?
Can I offer you a drink?
You certainly may.
Good. And while you're getting yours, bring me a double. My legs have just turned to buttermilk.
Phil, if you ever take chances like that again, I'll disown you.
You won't have to disown me, Ellen. I'll never live through it a second time.
Now, I suppose you've got to call the syndicate.
Yes, but Powers and Margaret are safe. The syndicate is lost. Hello, operator, give me New York. Circle 1798. Dinner afterward?
No, I must rest up for my shopping tour tomorrow.
But you went shopping today.
My horoscope says tomorrow is a day of potential explosions. Guard against them. And that's just what I'm going to do.
Oh.
I'm going to buy a bulletproof vest.
Oh, no.
Circle 1798. Central City reporting. Go ahead, Central City. Saugus held on to grenade too long. State police have taken Powers and his daughter into protective custody. I see. For further instructions, call Denver at midnight. Denver at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Julius Kralbein, Betty Lou Gerson, Byron Kane, and Jerry Hausner. Original music by Johnny Duffy. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Carnes. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
Frank Sinatra, transcribed.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer. Maybe I just get restless or something. Anyway, whatever it is, me and steady employment don't get along. Now, you take the last job I had, steward on a big luxury liner from Bermuda to New York. I figured I'd like to see the ocean, you know? And a couple of guys were trying to help me, too. Only they wanted me to see it the hard way, from the bottom.
Come in.
Pardon me, Miss Nightingale. This is sick bay, isn't it?
Yes. Something wrong?
My heart is going pitter-pat.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, Blue Eyes. I'm the steward from A-Deck. I came for the pills.
Pills?
The Dramamine for Lady Droop Snoot. You know, the Duchess in A7.
Oh, you mean Lady Harkness.
Yeah, anything you say.
Oh, you'll have to wait a moment for Dr. Harper. He'll be back.
That's too bad.
Is something wrong, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune. No, why?
Oh, you keep staring and winking.
Oh, I've got something in my eye. I'm just trying to wink it out.
Oh, you better let me take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, just sit down there in the light.
How's this?
Now, lean closer.
Like this?
A little closer.
Does this make it?
That's too close. Now, which eye is bothering you?
Right now, both. Try the left one.
Open wide.
Ah.
Your eyes, I mean.
Oh. Ah.
Don't be fresh.
Don't be so beautiful.
I don't see a thing.
I do.
Please, Mr. Fortune, you're not cooperating.
I don't even know your name.
My name is Helen Travers, R.N.
For real nice?
For registered nurse.
Yeah.
Now, about the eye, do you mind if I wash it out?
Honey, you can do anything you want. Would you like to take out my tonsils or saw me in half? Anything, just name it.
You're impossible. Hold still. There.
Ow!
That's for being so fresh.
Something wrong, Miss Travers?
Oh, hello, Doctor. The steward would like some Dramamine.
Oh. Seasick? You don't look well.
I haven't looked well since I was 9. It's for a passenger in A7.
A7? That's Lady Harkness, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm afraid I can't give you any more.
What's wrong, Doc?
The chief steward was up less than an hour ago to get some Dramamine for Lady Harkness. Stuff isn't candy, you know.
The chief? He just sent me up.
There must be some confusion here. I think you'd better check.
All right, Doc.
Sorry.
Not at all. It was a pleasure.
I hope your eye improves.
Yeah, the wash seemed to help it a little bit. Say, maybe I could come back later on for another eyeful,
I'm afraid my boyfriend wouldn't approve.
Anybody I know?
Yes. Yes, the chief steward. Goodbye, Mr. Fortune.
I walk out on deck, still thinking about Helen Travers RN, which stands for Registered Knockout, and leg it down to A-Deck. I get my hand on the doorknob of A7 when I hear something which ain't exactly music. Lady Harkness! Lady Harkness! Open up! Open up! When nothing happens, I put my shoulder against the door and heave. When nothing happens, I try the knob, and it opens. I practically fall into the cabin, which is dark in the inside of a coal miner's boot. The reason I fall is quite simple. Lady Harkness is stretched out on the broad loom like a dead lizard. I take one look and reach for the phone. Give me the ship's doctor, honey. Hurry. Hello, Doc. This is Rocky Fortune. I'm in cabin A7, and the place looks like Act 2 of Arsenic and Old Lace. You better get down here before... Oop. Whoever it is has been hiding behind the door when I come in. I never know what hits me. The top of my head exploded, and the floor kept coming up to meet me. Only it took a long time to fall, and I must have had some crazy dreams on the way down.
Rocky!
Huh? What?
Up here, on this cloud.
Well, Helen, how'd you get away up there?
I flew. Come on up.
How?
Fly.
Are you kidding?
Try it. You can fly. Spread your wings.
Holy mackerel, I got wings.
Flap harder.
I can't make it. Maybe I've been grounded.
Try again. That's it. Flap harder.
I'm off the ground. Hey, Hey, I'm falling. Helen. Helen, I'm falling. Helen. I'm falling. Helen.
Take it easy, Rocky.
My wing, I can't fly.
Who can? Come on, snap out of it.
Hey, where am I?
In sick bay.
What happened? My arm.
Your arm is in a cast.
How come?
You must have fallen and sprained it. Dr. Harper told me to put a temporary cast on it, just in case it's badly hurt.
Gee, it feels like lead. What hit me?
I don't know. We found you stretched out on the floor of Lady Harkner's cabin.
Well, how's the patient? I'll say, you look awful.
We've been through that already.
Oh. How do you feel? Arm hurt?
Not bad.
Yeah, let's have a look, huh? Well, it's a nice job, Miss Travers.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, Fortune, if you can make it, the captain would like to see you.
What's on his mind?
Well, I don't know for sure, Mr. Fortune, but I guess it's the $50,000 worth of jewelry that was stolen from Lady Harkness.
I staggered down to the old man's cabin, feeling like somebody left me in one of those fancy washing machines with the dial set on rinse dry. When I get there, the reception committee included Lady Harkness, who is about 60, wears a tweed suit, and talks like an English Tallulah. The chief steward, who looks like a clothing dummy, and the old man. 350 pounds of human meanness.
Close the door, steward.
Aye.
I believe you know Lady Harkness.
Aye.
And the chief steward.
We've had the pleasure.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is this the man you saw, Lady Harkness?
Young man, would you mind bending over?
Me?
You, up to it.
Okay, but what for?
Well, you see, it was dark and I'd been asleep. When I opened my eyes, I only saw this strange man leaning over me. I screamed and he put a pillow or something over my face before I could get a good look at him.
Is this the man?
Well, it might be, Captain.
All right, Fulton. Straighten up.
Do you mind if I sit down, Captain? I've had a hard tap on the skull.
You will remain standing in the presence of a ship's officer.
Thanks.
No insolence.
Excuse it. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Fortune, there is $50,000 worth of jewelry missing from this cabin. I don't suppose you'd like to confess.
Confess? Sure. I've been waiting all night to confess. You see, it was like this.
Get this, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir.
I crept in through the porthole, see? And Lady Harkness here was asleep. I scragged the ice.
I beg your pardon.
Heisted the jewels. She started to wake up, so I smothered her with kisses. Then she screamed. I saw I couldn't escape, so I called the doc on the phone. Then I carefully swallowed the jewels, hit myself on the head with a piece of stale salami, broke my own arm, and passed out. And I'd be very happy to sign a statement.
That's screamingly funny, old boy. How'd you like a punch in the jaw?
Just try it, Hercules.
That's enough from both of you. Mr. Waters.
Sir?
I want Mr. Fortune's belongings searched. If you don't turn up those jewels, you have my permission to comb the entire ship from stem to stern.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fortune, you may consider yourself discharged. You are confined to crew's quarters.
Just a minute, Captain Bligh.
Well?
Don't you think this amateur gumshoe work ought to be left to the law?
Mr. Fortune, in case you are not familiar with the maritime code, on this vessel, I am the law.
I execute a very unflattering salute with my good wing and stagger back to my bunk where I fall into the sack like a dead man. Only trouble is I can't sleep. My head aches, my arm aches, and my heart aches. And about 1 a.m., after 3 hours of whirling like a drunken dervish, I climb out of the hammock and head for sick bay, figuring I can pick up some sleeping pills. I get to the sick bay door just in time to hear voices inside.
Don't try to give me that.
I tell you it's true,
And
Larry.
I'll tell you you're a liar.
Larry, please.
Nobody's going to double-cross me, Helen, particularly not my own girl.
Larry, you've got to believe me.
I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
But I've told you.
All right, baby. You want to play rough.
Larry.
Now? Okay.
Good evening. Am I interrupting something?
Fortune, get out of here.
You know, Emily Post says it ain't polite to hit a young lady unless she belts you first.
Get out.
You all right, Miss Travers?
Yes. Please, Rocky, do as he says.
Sure. Anything you say. Only before I go, Chief.
Yes.
Here.
Rocky.
I suppose they'll hang me for mutiny now. Oh, well, it was worth it. go back to my pad and spend a few more restless hours trying to figure out what goes between Larry the steward and Helen Travers. In the morning, I wake up and head back to sick bay for a checkup on the arm.
Oh, how's it feel?
Hurts.
I think I'd better x-ray in case it's a green twig fracture instead of a sprain.
Does that mean you take the cast off?
No. We can x-ray right through the cast. I'd hate to spoil Miss Travers' beautiful work.
Her beautiful work weighs about a ton. How long do I wear it, Doc?
I'll let you know after the x-rays. Just step over here, please. Now, place your arm right here. That's fine. You just hold that, huh? Now. Just hold steady. Ah, good, that's fine. Now, you wait here. I'll go into the dark room and develop it, huh?
Say, Doc, is Miss Travers in this morning?
No. She said you didn't feel well. Had a bad night, I expect.
I expect she did.
This'll only take a minute or two. Just make yourself comfortable, huh?
I sit down and slough my way through a couple of issues of National Geographic while the doc steps into the dark room. After a little while, I have a visitor.
Oh, it's you.
Come on in, Chief. Looking for a little medical aid?
I'm looking for Helen.
Oh, that's a lovely mouse you got under your eye. Did you bump into a door?
Very funny.
Have a seat. The doc's in the closet developing some x-rays.
Is she here?
Haven't seen her. Say, they find the missing jewels yet?
You know darn well they haven't found them.
Did you look in the captain's cabin? You know, I don't trust him. He's a sneaky character.
Fortune, when we get into New York tomorrow, the police are going to have a little talk with you, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Chief, I'm going to level with you. If you were in my shoes, I'd throw them away. What's that?
It came from the dark room.
Try that door there.
Locked. There's another door that leads to the office.
Come on. Here. Helen.
Doctor!
Holy smokes.
Is he...
Stone dead.
Dr. Harper.
Take it easy, baby. You can't do him any good now.
What happened?
I don't know. I came in late. I wasn't feeling too good. I remember that he wanted me to change the developing solution because he was going to x-ray Rocky's arm. So I went right into the dark room. First I thought I was alone. It was so dark. And then I saw him. I saw him on the floor with his scissors in his back. Larry, he's been murdered.
Take it easy, honey. Come on, Chief. You better notify the skipper. You also better radio the New York Harbor Police to meet us. While the chief steward goes over to phone the old man, it suddenly occurs to me that I'd better have a couple of ready answers. So I go back in the little dark room to take another look at Dr. Harper and snoop a little. Just when I think I've struck oil, the skipper barges in.
Fortune!
Yeah?
I don't want anything touched.
Just window shopping, Skipper.
You are under arrest.
What's the charge? Or don't you need one?
The charge is murder.
Now look, Captain.
You will be placed under guard in the forward lazarette until the police board ship.
Just what makes you think I slipped it to Dr. Harper?
You were alone with him when the chief steward arrived.
He was in the dark room.
You had plenty of time to kill him and go back to the examining room. And you'll have plenty of time to pay for it, too. The rest of your life, I predict, Mr. Fortune.
I got news for you, Skipper. As a fortune teller, you got a crack in your crystal ball. The lazarette is a small iron box down in the hold of the ship, just big enough for me, a couple of mice, and a few hundred feet of anchor chain. A couple of deckhands take turns guarding me, which consists of sleeping on a little cot just outside the bulkhead door. I get 3 square glasses of water a day and all the bread that me and the mice can eat. I am not happy.
On your feet, Mr. Fortune.
Well. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
To the fact that I want to talk to you.
Is that gun just a conversation piece, or do you always carry it?
The captain authorized your guard to carry sidearms. I'm your guard for the next watch.
Just the two of us?
Just the two of us.
How cozy.
Get back against the wall and keep those hands above your head.
Anything you say, Larry.
I'm interested in what you say, Mr. Fortune.
Concerning what?
Concerning what happened to those jewels.
How should I know?
I say you've got them.
You've been smoking Dramamine.
I'll give you one more chance to start talking.
And if I don't?
I empty this gun at you.
Wait a minute, Buster. That's homicide, remember?
I can always say you tried to jump me.
I don't get this. Is there a reward, or are you interested in those jewels for personal reasons?
Just start talking.
Okay, I'll talk.
And make it good.
I'll make it as good as I can. Is this good enough? I had my hands up in the air, and I brought the arm with the cast down on the top of his skull as hard as I could. He went out like a wet candle, and I cracked the plaster cast right down the middle. I was still trying to figure out my next move when I discovered we were not alone.
Put up your hand.
Sure, it's getting to be a permanent position.
Hand me that gun.
Help yourself.
Robbery, murder, assaulting a ship's officer. You know, Fortune, we can make trouble for you.
I suspected as much.
You could save yourself some heartache by confessing where you hid the jewels.
Why don't you ask the guy who heisted them?
I suppose you can identify him.
Your chief steward, sir.
That's an interesting bit of information. Can you prove it?
No.
All right, Mr. Fortune. Back in the lazarette.
Will you listen to what I have to say, at least?
Save it for the homicide boys. They'll be coming aboard when we reach quarantine in the morning. So I am back in the Bastille with my rodent companions. I spend the rest of the night trying to imagine what it's going to feel like when they sit me down in the Sing Sing Chippendale with wiring by Con Edison. Trouble? You'll excuse the cliche, but it shouldn't happen to two dogs because one dog couldn't handle it all. Along about daybreak, I'm nervously peeling pieces of plaster off my arm when I get the shock of my life. But before I can recover, somebody arrives. All right, Fortune. On your feet.
I've been on them all night.
Let's go. The police cutter should be here in 15 minutes.
Now, look, Captain, before the gendarmes start working me over, I think I can crack this case.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious. I can trap the doc's murder in just 10 minutes. Will you listen to me?
No.
Well, can I at least get some medical attention?
What for?
This cast is falling off. And I'd hate to appear in the police lineup with a crummy cast. Might look like you twisted my arm.
I'm not an unduly cruel man, Fortune. We'll let the nurse take a look at it.
Atta boy, Captain. I knew that underneath that rough exterior that beats a heart of solid stone. 10 minutes later, I am in the sick bay, feeling like an oyster which has just escaped from 6 months in an undersized shell and is about to be eaten alive.
Rocky, I was so worried about you.
Hi, baby.
When the captain told me you'd broken the cast on Larry's head,
How is he?
Oh, he's sleeping it off in the captain's cabin. Let's get that new cast on your arm.
How about a new arm while you're at it?
Let's get the old one off.
The arm or the cast? Hey, take it easy.
This won't hurt. Here, I'll just tap it a few times with this mallet. And there.
What's the matter, honey?
Matter? Oh, nothing.
Don't kid me, baby. You look like you just shot 6 holes in the high 80s.
There's nothing wrong.
Suppose I tell you what's wrong.
All right.
The jewels are missing.
What jewels?
The Lady Harkness loot. The jewels you mixed into the plaster for this cast in my arm.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy like King Solomon. You and Larry, boy, heisted those jewels. Larry did the muscle work and conked me when I came into the cabin at the wrong moment. Then he got scared and passed the jewels to you.
But
you knew that they'd searched the ship, so you put them into that plastic cast on my arm, figuring you'd get them back after the ship made port and we were all ashore. That's why you were so nice and sweet to me. I was worth plenty to you.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
All figured out. I even figured out why you knocked off the good doctor.
Tell me. I'd be interested to know.
You didn't plan on us taking any x-rays of my arm in the cast. And you knew the x-rays would show those jewels and they would fix your cute little wagon, but good. So you knocked him off and ruined the plates. I noticed the ruined plates in the dark room.
Finished?
I ran out of gas.
You can save your breath and just put up your hands.
You too? I'm going to need a special game warden if this keeps up.
Get over there against the wall.
My favorite position.
All right. Where are they?
Where are which?
The jewels you took out of the plaster cast.
That's an interesting question.
I'll give you just 5 seconds to provide an interesting answer.
I don't hear you, baby.
1, I can always say you tried to escape.
Such a pretty girl, too.
2, I'm ready to pull this trigger, Rocky.
Young and tender.
3, I mean it.
Too young to have to die.
4.
In the electric chair.
All right. 5.
Hold it!
Grab her!
All right. Quiet down, miss. You okay, Fortune?
Okay, Skipper. Except for a slight heart attack.
You heard what she said?
I was listening through the porthole.
So, what kept you?
Well, I just wanted to give her enough rope to hang herself.
You nearly gave her enough to include me.
Oh, sorry. You know, I must apologize, Fortune. Until you showed me how the jewels had been hidden in your cast, I really didn't believe a word you said.
Forget it. I got a dishonest face.
Well, naturally, if there's anything I can do to make up for it now.
Just one thing, Skipper. About my job. You remember how you threatened to fire me?
Yes.
Well, fire when ready, Gridley, because if you don't, I quit.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented transcribed Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Marvin Miller, Norma Varden, and Shep Menken. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Sometimes I don't know what this younger generation is coming to. Did I ever tell you about the 10-year-old cowboy who held up the stagecoach with a water pistol and got away with 50 grand? Of course, I thought the kid was only kidding. But as the man in the hot seat said, brother, was I in for a shock. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Last night, a man died in his room in a small hotel in Lower Manhattan. Ordinarily, the Bureau wouldn't have been concerned, nor the police, in fact, since the cause of his death was heart failure. But as they stand talking in the small, bare room, Ken and the chief realize the police were right in notifying them that this case does concern the Bureau and maybe the world.
Well, we've ransacked this room from one end to the other, Ken. Looks like that's all we're going to find.
Well, it's enough to start on, Chief. The biggest break in the whole mess is the list the police found here.
750 submachine guns, Model R-14, 1,000 automatic rifles, 5,000 grenades.
It tallies exactly with a list of stuff that disappeared from that army warehouse in Dakar over 2 years ago.
But we still haven't found anything to show where this dead man fits in.
Yep. Checked in here 3 days ago. Had a return ticket by airline to Akassa, Nigeria.
Sure. And a canceled passage on some African riverboat called the Niger Queen. That's all. So, where do we go from here?
I don't know yet. The one thing's certain, if this, Jules Von Els, hadn't been knocked off by a bum heart, we'd still be in the dark about that $2 million worth of stuff swiped from Dakar.
And paid for, Ken, by American taxpayers.
Yeah, but it's worse than that, Chief. The best place to sell $2 million worth of illegal guns is someplace where there's trouble. Maybe the answer is somewhere in the African jungle along the banks of the Niger River. Anyway, we can still... Wait, Chief. Come on in, Pagon.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Welschmidt.
Well, I guess I'd better be going now.
Oh, no, you don't.
But, Mr. Thurston, I don't know nothing from nobody. I never saw anybody before. I swear by the father of my father...
Skip it.
But...
Talk, Pagon. The truth.
But I was only... All right. Somebody said there was a guy in this room that wanted to sell some guns. So I came up.
To buy some guns?
Well, I thought maybe I could be a middleman. I know a lot of characters who always go around starting revolutions.
I see. Anything to make an honest dollar.
Well...
All right. You've stuck your neck into this, so now you're going to stay in. We are going to Nigeria.
But I never ever heard of it.
You will. Chief, I'll send you a wire from Akasa. Come on, Pagan.
I don't get it, Mr. X. Department stores, streetcars, telephones, and even this hotel. It's got ice water. If this is Africa, why doesn't it look like Africa?
It will, Pagan, as soon as we leave the city. Now, we may get an answer to that ad, so you stay here in the room. The paper will be on the streets in 10 minutes.
But where are you going?
To the Akasa docks. To look up a certain Captain McCarthy.
Who is he?
Only a name so far, signed on a canceled boat ticket in a dead man's pocket.
Nobody's going to answer such a screwy ad. Gun collector will pay top price for the car models in good conditions and over 2 years old. Oh, it sounds silly.
There's nothing silly about $2 million.
$2 million? What are we waiting for?
But it may be dangerous, so watch yourself.
Oh, well, in that case,
Any better place for a middleman than right in the middle? See you later.
But, Mr. X...
Yep, that's right, Mr. Thurston. I'm Captain McCarthy. Captain Mac, everybody on this river's called me for the last 20 years. Real name's Catherine, if it makes any difference.
I see. Well, you'll have to pardon my surprise.
Yes, I know. You expected to find a man. Well, I ain't. I'm a woman. A two-fisted woman. Anything I can do for you?
Yeah, you might tell me what you know about Jules Van Elst.
Van Elst? What do you want to know about him?
You bought him downriver a few days ago, didn't you?
Sure, he bought a ticket. The Niger Queen will haul anybody as long as they buy a ticket.
Where'd he get on?
Bantu Landing. That's the end of my run, about 150 miles upstream.
Anything there?
Sure. The jungle settlement, native king, and the Lecna plantation.
Which one of those was Jules Van Elst tied up with?
Mr. Thurston, in 20 years on this river, I've learned one thing. To keep my trap shut. That's why I'm still alive, while a lot of people that used to be around here ain't.
Oh, come on in, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagan, I see we've got a visitor.
Mr. Thurston, I want you to meet my very dear friend, Monsieur Francois Levillard.
How are you, Francois?
The pleasure, monsieur. We only got acquainted accidentally, you understand. Francois was really hunting for some other room.
Precisely, but it does not matter. Monsieur Pagan has been teaching me to play gin rummy. I find it the most fascinating game.
Well, with Pagan teaching you, I don't doubt it.
Already I've won 237 francs. In a week I'll have 5,000. Hey, I wonder how much is that in real money?
You won't have a chance to find out. We're catching a boat upriver in the morning to Bantu Landing.
Oh.
Bantu Landing?
That's right.
But no white man ever goes to Bantu.
Jules Van Elst did.
This man I do not know, but he should not go there either. They have malaria, snakes, crocodiles, wild animals. Ah, maybe that is it. You are going to hunt.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to hunt.
In which case, you shall need a guide, a man who knows the Bantu country like the inside of his own hat. A man such as the one you see before you now. Monsieur?
Oh, no, I couldn't ask you to risk all those dangers you mentioned.
Well, in return for my services and for exposing myself to the danger, I shall expect some slight remuneration, of course.
Pagan, here's a man after your own heart.
Oh, I think maybe I shouldn't get acquainted with people so easy. Come on, Francois, shuffle the cards. Hey, who's that?
A good way to find out is open the door. Well.
How do you do? You are the Mr. Thurston who placed the ad in the paper?
You have some guns for sale?
Hardly. I'm a reporter on the paper, Annette Collins.
Miss Collins.
I wonder if I might have an interview, Mr. Thurston.
Sure. What would you like to know?
Well, for one thing, how long you plan to stay here in Akasa?
I'm leaving in the morning.
Too bad. Where are you going?
Up the river. To Bantu.
Bantu? I suppose you're going on the Niger Queen.
Matter of fact, yes.
It so happens I'm taking that trip myself, just for the ride. Quite a coincidence, isn't it, Mr. Thurston?
Yeah. Yes, and I think this may turn out to be a pretty interesting trip. Any way you look at it. Hello, Captain Mac. Passengers allowed in the wheelhouse after dark?
Sure, come on in, Mr. Thurston. We don't set up no formality on a jungle riverboat the way they do on ocean liners.
Good, I like that. I want to know about John Lechner, this plantation owner at Bantu. What's he look like?
Like a man that's tough enough to keep on living in the middle of a jungle with 5,000 savages all around him.
Did Jules Von Els work for him?
Von Els? You know, I just can't remember that name to save my life.
All right. What about that native king you mentioned?
Bacolo? Oh, he's quite a boy. Kind of likes to meet anybody that comes barging into his territory. You better look him up when we land tomorrow afternoon.
I will. Too bad we can't send word ahead. He might cook up a royal reception.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Mr. Thurston. You hear that off there in the jungle?
Are those drums?
Yeah, signal drums. Been going since dark. You don't have to send word to Bacolo. He knows already.
So?
So they know all about you up there at Bantu Landing. Know you're coming, know what to expect. But you don't, Mr. Thurston. You ain't got the slightest idea what to expect.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
All right, you buzzards, get a line over that piling and warp her in. Cut the motors. Easy now. Good. Make her fast fore and aft. Well, there you are, Mr. Thurston. Bantu Landing, such as it is.
Yes, not much of a city, Captain Mac.
Half a dozen shacks and a rickety wharf. Native village is about a mile inland, and the Lechner plantation's off there in the jungle.
I see. And where'll I find King Bacolo?
You won't have to. He's the tall one standing there by himself.
Oh, well, I'll see you later.
We'll head back for a casa tomorrow morning, Mr. Thurston. Passengers can sleep on board tonight.
Thanks.
And be careful.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Mr. Thurston, you want me to go with you?
Better stick with your gin rummy, Pagan. You got a good thing there.
Good day, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to Bantu.
Thank you. I understand your name is Bacolo.
You have been correctly informed, Mr. Thurston.
Wonder if I could have a talk with you.
I had been hoping that you would. Shall we walk?
You knew I was coming across.
Drums have told it for day and night.
And have they told you why?
They have called you mighty hunter from across the sea. Whispered you have two names.
Have they told you what I'm supposed to be hunting?
Many kinds of quarry in jungles of Bantu.
Bacolo, what do you know about the Lechner plantation?
We need walk no further.